Right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to Vancouver City Council, or the Vancouver City Council meeting of Tuesday, July the 8th, 2025. Now, this meeting is being convened in person and by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw. City of Vancouver electronic meetings, as such, council members and the public may participate in person or by electronic means. So, do we have any councillors remote today? No? Great. Video of council members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. In case of an emergency where we need to evacuate the building, I'd like to direct your attention to the two exits just past the glass doors and to the left of the pillar. If that exit's obstructed for any reason whatsoever, please look at or proceed to the four doors on the side of this room and don't use the elevator. Probably a bad idea. If you require accessibility assistance, please remain in your location and one of our incredibly special and awesome security team members will guide you to a safe location. I'd also like to highlight the fact that there is a defibrillator at the end of the hallway there. So if this council meeting is feeling a little slow and you need some assistance, we can go get it for you. I'd also like to acknowledge that we are hosting today's council meeting on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations, and I do want to thank them for their generosity and their hospitality and the love and care they show this land that we get to live, work, and play on. I also want to take a moment, actually, I'm going to take a few moments to recognize the incredible contributions of all of our team members at the City of Vancouver. For anyone in the public who don't know this, we've had the opportunity to work side by side with our team members. I can tell you, we are so blessed to have so many people that really care about the city and really lean in, and it is pretty amazing. So on that note, going to bring back the You Rock Awards, July 8th, 2025 edition. So this year, we are once again recognizing our teammates at the City of Vancouver who go above and beyond every day to make this the best city in the world. It's an initiative that the Mayor's Office started last year, and once again, they're called the You Rock Awards. And today, I'm excited to share the story of someone who rocks at the City of Vancouver. So Robin, we don't use last names here, is a program coordinator at the city's water design team and plays a crucial role in ensuring that all Vancouver residents, including our most vulnerable, have access to safe drinking water. Robin has demonstrated exceptional dedication in their role, leading an outreach campaign to support marginalized communities and proactively working with community groups, SRO, building managers, operators, and residents to build trust and awareness. By combating misinformation and strengthening public health partnerships, Robin's outreach has not only restored trust in public water, but also helped prevent illness in some community members. Through their commitment, collaboration, and advocacy, Robin has gone beyond the scope of their role to ensure that Vancouver's marginalized community members have access to safe drinking water and that they are supported by the city. So Robin goes above and beyond to live the values of the City of Vancouver, and we're grateful, incredibly grateful, to be able to work side by side with teammates like Robin. So Robin, you rock. And by the way, as just want to let people know, we receive a ton of stories like this, and unfortunately, we can't celebrate, 40 a day, but I just want people to know that there are so many people at the City of Vancouver who are completely rocking it and are totally awesome. So with that, can we please get a roll call?
Mayor Simon, the chair. Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Dominato.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Bly. Councillor Bly has a leave of absence for council business from 5:30 to 6:30 p.m. Councillor Fry. Councillor Montague. Councillor Klassen. Councillor Meisner.
Present.
Councillor Meisner has a leave of absence for council business from 5 p.m. onwards. Councillor Jo.
Present.
Councillor Orr. And Councillor Maloney. You have quorum, Mayor Sim.
Great, thank you. So the plan for the day, any comments on agenda items can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website. The link to that form will be posted on X at Dan City Clerk. I also want to note the City of Vancouver's longstanding commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including the utmost respect for all genders. I remind council that when addressing speakers and the city's team members, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and will instead refer to the person by first and last name, role, or title. So today we have 3 administrative motions, in-camera motion, adoption of minutes and matters adopted on consent, 6 reports and 2 referral reports, 15 bylaws, notice of council member motions, new business, and inquiries and other matters. So the plan for today is we will break at noon for lunch, followed by the in-camera meeting, return at 3 p.m. to continue to deal with the remainder of the agenda, and adjourn or recess by 5 p.m. as we have a public hearing at 6 p.m. If we recess, the reconvene date is Tuesday, July the 15th at 3 p.m. Okay, in camera. Council is required to meet in camera later this week. The reasons and authority under the Vancouver Charter are listed in the agenda. Would someone like to move a motion to move? Thank you, Councillor Dominato, seconded by Councillor Klassen. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Minutes 1 are from the nomination subcommittee meeting on June the 10th, 2025. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Someone like to move adoption? Councillor Joe, seconded by Councillor Klassen. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay.
Yay.
I think that was a yay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Minutes 2 are from the public hearing on May the 15th and June the 10th, 2025. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Someone like to move adoption? Councillor Klassen, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Montague. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Minutes 3 are from the council meeting on June the 17th, 2025. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Would someone like to move adoption? Councillor Klassen, thank you. Councillor Dominato, seconded. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Minutes 4 are from the public hearing on June the 17th and 25th, 2025. Are there any corrections? Would someone like to move? Great, Councillor Joe, seconded by Councillor Montague. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Minutes 5 are from the council meeting following the standing committee meeting on city finance and services on June the 18th, 2025. Are there any corrections? Would someone like to move? Councillor Meisner, seconded by Councillor Montague. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Minutes 6 are from the public hearing on June the 19th and 24th, 2025. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Great, would someone like to move? Councillor Orr, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Montague. Thank you. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Minutes 7 are from the Special Council Court of Revision Local Improvements meeting on June the 26th, 2025. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Would someone like to move? Councillor Fry, seconded by Councillor Klassen. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Matters adopted on consent. Council will now consider matters adopted on consent. We have reports 3, 4, 5, and 6, and referral reports 1 and 2 on the consent agenda for council's consideration. We will hold reports 1 and 2 to hear from speakers. Council may adopt the recommendations for reports 3, 4, 5, and 6 and referral reports 1 and 2 on consent. Does any member wish to hold any of these items for debate or questions to team members? Councillor Fry.
Yeah, hold item 4, please.
Thank you very much. Councillor Orr.
Yeah, I was also going to hold item
4 as well. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, before we consider the consent agenda, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anybody wish to disclose a conflict? All right, seeing none, we have reports 3, 5, and 6, and referral reports 1 and 2 for the consent approval. Would someone like to move a motion, move adoption of the recommendations before council contains the reports? I think Councillor Dominato, seconded by Councillor Klassen. Sorry, I don't have my glasses on. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay.
Yay.
Great, the motion carries unanimously. So the following have been approved on consent. Report number 3, Director's Report, Directions Report, Consideration of Modification to Conditions of Approval 8029 through 8225 Oak Street and 1012 West 64th Avenue. Report number 5, Below Market Lease and Grant to Cedar Mill Co-op at 3385 Marquette Crescent. And report number 6, below market lease and grant to Pacific Heights Co-op at 1019 Pacific Street. Also, we have referral reports number 1, CD-1 rezoning 2110 West 5th Avenue, and number 2, CD-1 rezoning 45 East 16th Avenue. Okay. We're on to the report section. So the first report is number 1, Rupert and Renfrew Station Area Plan. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes that they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anybody wish to declare a conflict? All right. So we do have team members to present this item.
All right, good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Neil Rochoy, and I'm the Director of Community Planning and PDS. The Rupert and Renfrew Station Area Plan is the first area plan begun fully after the adoption of Vancouver Plan, and it very clearly reflects the goals and the priorities Council underscored through Vancouver Plan. Rupert and Renfrew is a transformational plan that reflects the aspirations of its residents, as well as the needs of current and future generations for more diverse housing choices and a strong economy delivered within complete walkable neighborhoods that work in greater concert with nature. It honors our commitment to reconciliation, including through the future ecological redesign of Still Creek, as well as the important development opportunity being supported on the 3200 East Broadway site. Finally, its policies and guidelines have been written to be clear, concise, and easily understood by the public and applicants, efficiently implemented by council and staff through streamlined actions. And with that, I'd like to ask Andrew Pask to provide the main presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Neil. Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Andrew Pask, and on behalf of the staff planning team, I'm pleased to present our draft Rupert and Renfrew plan for your consideration. There's a lot in this plan, and I'll do my best to move through this quickly. The plan represents the culmination of 3 years of work, including extensive community engagement and technical analysis. It represents an effort to balance and advance a number of important citywide initiatives and to deliver key city building moves in a unique and important neighborhood. The plan will deliver an array of housing choices and thousands of new homes to meet the needs of present and future residents, with options for higher density multifamily housing, below market, rental, and strata options, and an array of missing middle forms. It delivers the addition of more shops and services, public space, and social and cultural amenities linked together with improved connections. This is a plan that delivers easy, walkable, bikeable access to daily and weekly needs. It's a plan with a strong focus on protecting and enhancing the neighborhood's regionally significant employment lands, delivering more places to work and more places for residents to access goods and services. It supports local retail, manufacturing, educational, and creative sectors. And lastly, it's a plan with a strong focus on rehabilitating fragmented ecosystems and delivering nature-based solutions that support infrastructure needs, improve ecosystem services, and increase access to nature. The plan comes together and is nested under our long-term vision for the neighborhood. Anchored around salmon-rich Still Creek, the Rupert and Renfrew Plan area provides an abundant choice of housing to a culturally and economically diverse population. Its thriving employment lands, rich array of public spaces, gathering places, amenities, local festivals, shops, and services make it a desirable place to live, work, and visit. It is a community of residents and workers, a place of neighbors and friends. Before providing an overview of the plan, we thought it would be helpful to provide a snapshot of the area and how it has grown and changed over the years. Many hundreds of years ago, this was an area covered with old-growth forest bisected by streams and creeks, and home to a diverse array of species. It has also been, since time out of mind, the shared territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations, who use these lands for food, shelter, and transportation. In the 18th and 19th century, the area began to change with the arrival of European settlers. It was held back in 1860 as a town site, the Hastings town site, anticipated for a future community. It was surveyed in 1863 with lots being sold in around 1869. And in fact, the area was not part of the city of Vancouver until amalgamation in 1910. But importantly, mid-19th century, the area saw logging, surveying, the filling in of streams, the overwriting of the landscape as the street grid moved steadily southward. In the early 20th century, Vancouver experienced a boom period. Housing and industry were established in the area. An interurban line linked the area to both the city and the larger region, and people began to live and work in greater abundance. In a sense, the area can be thought of as an early suburb. It was a good place to raise a family outside of the hustle and bustle of the downtown and its adjacent neighborhoods. And this trend continued through the 20th century, and in particular in the post-war period. It's perhaps nowhere better exemplified than Renfrew Heights, a neighborhood in the planning area, which was redeveloped by CMHC to house returning veterans and their families. There were, as the story goes, so many nappies hanging on the line that the area became informally known as Diaper Hill. The latter half of the 20th century saw the creation of a number of important social and cultural amenities. Skeena Terrace and Renfrew Heights in the 1960s, the Renfrew Community Centre in the 1960s, Thunderbird Community Centre and Frog Hollow Neighbourhood House in the 1970s. The 1960s through 80s were also a time with both an increase and a diversifying population as immigration laws relaxed. New residents hailed from dozens of countries, and they arrived in search of new life and new opportunities. The social and cultural fabric of the neighborhood began to reflect these changes with new shops, new services, new places of worship, including the Akali Singh, El Centro, and others. And moving into the 21st century, the neighborhood continued to grow and change. It is a rich sense of identity. It is a place that celebrates its many attributes. Perhaps the best example of this is the Renfrew Moon Festival, coordinated by the excellent Still Moon Art Society, one of the city's best local placemaking organizations, bridging art and nature in an annual celebration. Today, the neighborhood continues to evolve. This is an area that has embraced change and welcomes new opportunities, a community that has responded with enthusiasm to the planning process and the opportunity to create a plan for the future. So with that brief background, I'll turn now to the more general policy context for the area plan as some specific contextual elements found in the neighborhood. First, as Neil mentioned, this is the first area plan wholly coming out under the umbrella of the Vancouver plan. So our work through the process has been guided by the vision of the Vancouver plan, the foundational principles, and the three big ideas, as well as the supporting policy. It's also been guided by the Vancouver Plan Council-approved land use strategy, which identifies the degree of change to be expected in different neighborhood types. And in the neighborhood types we find in particular in Rupert and Renfrew, 2 station areas, 3 villages, multiplex areas, and employment lands. Many other policies have guided the work of the plan. Most germane, the recent TOA legislation for the province, which sets new directions related to land use around rapid transit stations. And many of these changes have emerged in the middle of the planning program, and some of these legislated requirements related to ACCs and the ODP are in development as we speak. The planning process has evolved in response to these and new directions, and things continue to move quickly. I should note in your council report, there is a legal implications section, which is now slightly dated, as most of the, quote, proposed amendments from Bill 18 are now in force, and the amendments to the Vancouver Charter are in place. They do not, I would just note, alter any of the recommendations they were making today. So turning now to the context of the planning area. Rupert and Renfrew planning area is 660 hectares in size, home to about 31,000 residents as of the last census. Over 80% of these residents reside in single detached housing compared to about 15% citywide, and only about 10% of the area's existing housing stock is in rental apartments. 72% of the residents identify as a visible minority, a full 20% higher than the citywide average. Over 27% have an income of under $50,000 compared to 44% citywide. This is also an area from a planning perspective that has a number of constraints and considerations that needed to be accounted for as part of our work. There is the striking topography with the station area sitting in essentially a valley. There's Still Creek bisecting the planning area, and the related considerations around floodplain, illustrated in blue on this map, and high groundwater. There have been efforts to balance considerations around solar access around parks and schools. There has been a response to the heavy rail that bisects the area. We've been working with questions around land economics, as land lift in this area is lower than you find elsewhere in the city. And there have been ongoing discussions around infrastructure related to water and sewer considerations. The planning process itself has unfolded in 4 key phases. Beginning in 2021 and through 2022, we undertook a broad assessment of assets, issues, and opportunities, and created some initial policy ideas. Between 2022 and 2023, there was the creation of early directions, which resulted in mid-2024 in the release of a draft plan, and then early in 2025, a refined plan as well. The planning process has involved extensive engagement, and we have worked throughout the process at each phase with representatives of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. We've had regular dialogue and are grateful for their guidance along the way. And in addition, 4 phases of engagement with the general public and stakeholders took place, which helped us to understand key issues and opportunities. We held an array of events and activities. And most recently, in 2024 and 2025, we tested the draft plan and received high levels of support. A summary of the engagement activities can be found in the appendix of your council report and in detail on our webpage. So with this background, I will quickly orient you to the structure of the draft plan found in Appendix B of the council report, and then the content of the plan. Our approach with the plan is to borrow from the architecture of the larger Vancouver plan document, following the general layout and chapter headings used in that source. This will allow Rupert and Renfrew and future area plans to be read with a measure of ease and consistency by users. The plan begins with a territorial acknowledgement. It moves to context, providing an overview of neighborhood context and conditions, and gives you a sense of the planning process that was followed. More substantively, the land use section focuses to provide clear and detailed guidance on land use opportunities. We've aligned our formatting approach here with other recent area plans and have reviewed this with industry to ensure an ease of use, policy legibility, predictable and flexible direction. This section is followed by an array of supporting policies, and then finally concludes with an implementation section. This sets out pathways that will enable policy directions to move from words on a page to shovels in the ground. And again, not to belabor the point, the structure of each chapter itself is also designed to be consistent with the Vancouver plan. We borrow the overarching policy directions from the Van plan and use that as a framework for organizing our different sections, allowing things to be scaled down and focus on Rupert and Renfrew. And importantly, there's no duplication of citywide directions here. Policies in the Rupert and Renfrew plan are about Rupert and Renfrew. So I will turn now to the content of the plan itself and start with the land use section. We begin nearest the 2 stations. And to simplify the geographic considerations in Rupert and Renfrew, it's important to note that we have employment lands around the station areas, making the housing opportunities that we'll talk about in a moment necessitating that they be situated slightly further out. It's a bit of a different transit-oriented development than you might find elsewhere in the city. Rupert and Renfrew plan prioritizes ecologically sensitive areas and capacity for employment growth immediately around Rupert Station and Renfrew Station. And I should emphasize again that these are regionally significant employment lands. They have incredible access to regional transit and easy access to the highway and to rapid transit. There are fast and reliable connections to the region and to the city as a whole. There are also large industrial parcels which are ideal for an array of uses, including distribution, film production, and large format retail. And importantly, as Neil mentioned, our work builds on Council's 2021 direction as part of the Rupert and Renfrew terms of reference to protect and intensify the employment lands for jobs and to enable residential only on 3200 East Broadway as part of advancing economic reconciliation with the Musqueam Indian Band, Squamish Nation, and Tsleil-Waututh Nation. So the intent of the plan is, as you see, we seek to protect, intensify, and expand job-centric areas to support a thriving economy. The key uses are light industrial with additional flexibility for office, retail, hotels, cultural, and institutional uses. The plan proposes 3 sub-areas, each with unique attributes and land use vision to better respond to economic opportunities and constraints. The campus mixed employment area to the north of the station is ideal for high-density mixed employment uses, office labs, schools, and hotels, and this area will feature the highest densities and heights in the employment lands. Floodplain industrial area to the east and located near to the Highway 1 off-ramp is ideal for city and region serving production, distribution, and repair uses that require easy truck access. And finally, the Still Creek mixed employment area to the south of the station focuses on creative economy industries and distribution. And to incentivize development, including the expansion and daylighting of Still Creek, the plan here enables a high degree of flexibility, including new uses and no industrial minimum for smaller sites. In addition, new or redeveloped large format retail will continue to be enabled as a source of affordable product for the neighborhood. Stepping out from the employment lands and into the station areas proper, a few hundred meters from the station, we have our residential and mixed-use areas. And to retain the overall housing opportunity otherwise anticipated in this area, the plan proposes an expansion of the highest tiers of density normally associated with transit-oriented development. We are aiming here to optimize land use, will incentivize in important elements such as below-market and rental and childcare. The station areas combined deliver a mix of tenures and opportunities for new shops and services. We here as well have 3 sub-areas defined by the relative walk-in distance to the station. We start with rapid transit sub-area A, where the highest density allowance are found. A focus here on delivering below-market rental and childcare. And the range of heights you see, I would just note, reflect both the nature of different incentives for these options and different potential lot configurations. A little further out, we have station area B, again with incentives for market rental and below market rental housing, additional opportunities for social housing, market rental, childcare, rental strata, and hotel. And lastly, station area C, with a focus on market rental and strata and an opportunity for social housing. These areas, I would note, have a particular complexity to them given their adjacency to Still Creek and the floodplain. With that in mind, new developments are required to account for groundwater, safety, noise, and other considerations. These constraints also reflect important opportunities to protect water and ecological systems, as well as to improve safety and livability in the area. I would note as well that in addition, we have objectives to support the transition out of the station areas and into the surrounding village areas. And so you'll note some of the outer blocks there have a tower limit consideration as well. In addition, we've been preparing guidelines and aiming to introduce more flexible design options as part of development in the area. The guidelines will enable more permissive building envelopes, allowing a more contextual response and allow greater architectural variety within the parameters of each station area. I turn now to the village areas and low-rise opportunities, which cover a substantial portion of the Rupert and Renfrew area. The intent of these areas is to build upon small-scale commercial areas already in existence at Rupert and 22nd, Renfrew and 22nd, and Renfrew and 1st, and to deliver an array of new housing options covering missing middle forms, as well as additional shops and services to meet the needs of residents. Areas on key arterials will enable more mixed-use buildings, expanding the array of shops and services. In addition, these areas will also provide options for below-market rental housing, with 20% of units marked at 10% below market rates. And lastly, I would just note to support walkability, we have also introduced 3 small commercial nodes at East 2nd and Windermere, Boundary in Adanac, and Boundary in East 22nd, where ground floor commercial will be required. And this will enable greater walkability to daily needs for residents in these areas. Stepping out from the commercial areas, our village residential area, identified in the dark yellow, covers areas off arterials on residential streets where multiplex, townhome, and small residential apartments will be enabled. Residential apartments will also allow ground floor choice of use, creating opportunities for more shops and services to be sprinkled through the neighborhood. Our last neighborhood typology is our multiplex areas. These are furthest from the stations in our designated R11 zones and will allow, depending on lot size, up to 6 units on a residential lot. In addition, one important policy that we've developed in the Rupert and Renfrew plan concerns the addition of corner stores, which will be enabled through a rezoning process. Corner stores here will enable a broader array of small-scale shops and services than are currently enabled, part of a pilot process that we are undertaking following our 2023 corner stores engagement process. This will also help to inform citywide work on corner stores, which will begin later this year. Turn now to our unique sites. Rupert and Renfrew has 15 unique sites, properties that are either above 2 acres in size or which provide a critical social or cultural function. Examples include things like First Avenue Market, the Akali Singh site, Il Centro, Frog Hollow Neighborhood House. Each of the identified unique sites has its own policy section that sets out appropriate heights and densities, built form considerations, and amenity expectations. And the plan also has more general policies to enable rezoning for any new large sites created through land assembly. So I'll return now to the geographic heart of the planning area to talk about watersheds and how we are working to account for these in our planning work. These are critical for flood protection and ecological significance. And I would just note that the Rupert and Renfrew planning area sits over top of 3 watersheds and is home to a number of important ecological features, some of which are shown on the thumbnail images on the map here. Our work, however, places particular focus on the Still Creek watershed, including the Renfrew Ravine area. These areas have, over time, been impacted, fragmented, and our work in the Rupert and Renfrew plan aims to restore and rehabilitate these areas. We have particular policy direction to protect and enhance ecological assets, to support flood management objectives, and to improve connections across natural areas to support an overarching ecological network. You can see here on the image some representation of the fragmentation that we're looking at in the Still Creek area here, where Still Creek is partially daylit and then under asphalt on 2 sides in the employment lands. Our long-term aspirations in the area focus on nature-based flood management, and the approach outlined in the plan is utilizing this to enable growth. In short, without room for water, we create additional flood risk, and so the plan attempts to respond to that through a process that will, over the long term, expand the creek corridor. This will be delivered incrementally through large site redevelopment, and it will bring other benefits with it as well, in the form of habitat restoration and access to nature for residents. In addition, the plan offers a new regulatory tool that will be developed as part of our implementation work, the groundwater protection area. And as you see on the map here, within 30 meters of the creek, we will not be allowing any underground structures. And between 30 meters of the creek and the edge of the groundwater protection area, underground structures will be limited. There may be the opportunity for things like underground parking, but they must meet specific requirements. In addition, the groundwater protection considerations have implications for form of development. And as I noted, underground parking will be limited, meaning that some parking will likely be sought at or above grade. Further form of development guidance through the citywide design guidelines is set out. And this includes typologies that address retail wrapping requirements, providing guidance around parkade roofs and usable space for mitigating blank walls. Still more work in the Rupert and Renfrew plan concerns the Renfrew Ravine. This is one area that focuses in on a particular component of the Still Creek watershed. Only a portion of the Renfrew Ravine is in the Rupert and Renfrew planning area. And in hindsight, frankly, we probably should have drawn the boundaries of the planning area further south. We've identified it on the map here. You can see the bottom line on East 27th, where the planning area stops. Renfrew Ravine carries on further south down to Van Ness Avenue. Ravines and the areas around them can be subject to natural hazards, and particularly as we look to the long-term future, we are asking Council's support for a separate planning process of approximately 6 months in duration to enable us to study this area further, to assess the full area of the ravine, and to provide future land use direction in this area. A separate recommendation is found in your Council report to this effect. So, where does all of this proposed change get to us? If we put the pieces together, we have a new comprehensive land use strategy for the neighborhood, and the expected outcomes of that are roughly 10,000 new homes, approximately 8,300 new jobs over the next 25 years. And the majority of new housing, roughly 2/3 of the figure shown, will be in the form of rental housing. To support these land use objectives and the aspirations for change that we've set out here, there are an array of supporting policies contained in the plan as well. I'm not going to go through them in any detail here, but just to indicate the different topics cover housing, economy, transportation, public space, and the other topics that you see on the screen here. In addition to the policy support, there is also a public realm framework that has been developed for the plan, which helps to link together various public space-related objectives found throughout the plan. Doing so with the notion of supporting 3 key moves: ensuring strong connections through the neighborhood and to the station areas, ensuring vital ecological linkages and access to nature, and supporting opportunities for small gathering areas, retail nodes, and other features to counterbalance some of the large-scale features of the neighborhood, the big lots, the bigger arterial streets. The plan also develops and delivers a public amenity priority list. And through engagement and technical analysis, we've identified notional 10-year and 25-year amenity priorities. For the sake of readability on this slide, the list rolls up the different sources of funding, which are parsed out in the plan itself. I just note, for instance, affordable housing is based entirely on partner contributions versus other items on the list that might be funded through our capital plan. It's important to note that this is an interim step. As council members are aware, the city is in the process of developing a citywide public investment framework, which will guide capital planning and prioritization and funding allocation on a citywide basis. And this will ultimately help to support the Rupert and Renfrew plan, where anticipated revenues from developer contributions will not be sufficient alone to deliver the priorities identified here. To close the presentation, I'd like to just go over a few key features in terms of how the plan will be translated into action and how the work of setting out these land use and policy directives will be implemented. To initiate the process, we are asking first for Council's endorsement of the plan, as well as a number of other items outlined in the recommendation related to consequential amendments, related to the rescinding of policies that now will be redundant with the creation of the plan, and various other considerations. The plan itself will be initiated through a number of different mechanisms. In higher density tower areas and unique sites, because of the complexity, we will be using a privately initiated rezoning process. I would just note an additional recommendation here related to the community M&E contributions policy. Strata applications within the rapid transit areas will be subject to a target CAC. Rental applications in rapid transit areas and low-rise areas will be exempt from CACs. And unique sites, because of their idiosyncratic nature, will be subject to a negotiated CAC process. A fairly sizable portion of the planning area will also be delivered through city-initiated rezoning. This will focus in on the village and low-rise areas across the city identified in the dark yellow, and we'll be using an array of new zones to help deliver this. We anticipate being back in front of council later this year, subject to council's approval of this plan, with an array of changes to help deliver the new low-rise residential, low-rise commercial, C2 changes, I2 changes, and regulations related to groundwater protection. I would just note one thing on the screen. The purple area shows a location where the water system at present cannot provide flows necessary to fight fires in any new, larger format development. I do want to underscore the fact that the area is safe right now, but if we're to develop new types of higher density housing, we do not have the fire flow necessary. And so we will be initiating work to construct and deliver new infrastructure to upgrade the system over the next few years. At present, we're not asking for any rezoning applications in this area, but this area will be held back for future pre-zoning once the infrastructure upgrades are completed. A few other implementation notes for your consideration here. We have developed a series of design and development guidelines. You're familiar with this through the Granville process, which use the same format here. This helps to consolidate a large number of guidelines currently in use in the city and to develop customized components for the Rupert and Renfrew items that I mentioned through the presentation so far. These are appended to your report, and we are also seeking your approval for these today as well. And lastly, with the implementation pieces, the public realm framework that I noted earlier sets out a way for integrating different public space and public realm-related policy objectives in different policy chapters, providing an overarching framework to support public life in the neighborhood. This includes things like a concept map, which sets out the location of future greenways, proposed signals and rail crossings, mid-block connections, objectives around retail frontages, locations for plazas, and the approximate alignment for ecological corridors. We also, in the public realm framework, set out considerations around things like public views. And one of the recommendations that we are asking for today is your support for us to investigate the addition of 3 protected views identified through the engagement process to our citywide public view guidelines. The recommendation really invites you to support the additional technical analysis necessary to undertake this work. Lastly, a few other components. There are maps around public space and road space reallocation. This is around providing opportunities to repurpose road space for greenways and for blue-green systems. And I would just note that the objective here is to really start with low-cost interventions aimed at traffic calming, which might evolve over time to a more permanent design. The public realm framework also includes an array of street concepts here, aimed at setting out directions around complete streets, walking and biking improvements, street trees, and other objectives for livability in the neighborhood. So, all of these pieces begin to come together here. We have a plan that seeks to take a neighborhood that is predominantly single detached housing right now and employment lands, and to introduce an array of new housing options that will unfold over the next 25 years and beyond. This is a plan that we know will unfold incrementally, building on what's in the neighborhood now, introducing higher density options, below market rental housing, childcare, and other areas around the stations, and low-rise and missing middle forms further afield. It's an area that builds on the idea of opportunity for new change and growth while maintaining the beautiful structure and form of living that you find in the neighborhood today. And with that, I thank you very much for your attention. I know we've covered a lot. We've got folks here that will answer hopefully all of your questions and support the deliberation that you have in any form. Thank you so much.
Well, you have 5 minutes to ask questions to the team members. And Councillor Kirby-Young, you're up.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thanks very much to staff for a very comprehensive presentation. I want to start with a question around the employment lands, and the proposed plan stipulates that there'll be different priorities for land use, but higher density office, laboratories, hotels, and institutional uses concentrated near SkyTrain stations, and then things like film studios, big box stores, et cetera, in the other zones within the employment lands. It also stipulates that residential use is restricted. I'm wondering if you can speak to why that is and the impacts, and if that were not the case, what kind of impact that would have on things like retention of existing economic drivers like Vancouver Film Studios relative to the ability to attract new ones, and what's the intersection there?
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. I'll ask my colleague Matt Burke to take that question.
Hi, good morning, Council. My name is Matthew Burke. I work as a long-range policy planner responsible for employment lands planning. To your question, Councillor, we definitely wanted to prioritize the intensification of the industrial lands. So we actually, worked with a specialized consultant to look at the environmental constraints in the area and identify ways that we could maximize employment, and we worked with industry on that. Basically trying to make sure that things like the film studios can expand in the future, and that there is, viable opportunities for intensification of employment, in particular things like biotech, being on the SkyTrain that eventually will go between UBC and SFU. It's a great location for those types of things. So that was kind of the vision and the underlying work.
Just following up on that, I know that that's congruent with the Metro Vancouver's regional growth strategy, with the exception for the site led by the First Nations at 3200 Broadway, as you pointed out. But what would be the impact? Do you think that we would not be able to intensify the lands, or it would limit the economic attractors if there were residential?
Yeah, thank you for asking. Yeah, actually, we did look at this, and given the environmental constraints, in particular the limitation on underground parking to support groundwater recharge to the creek. It was just deemed that, there would be too much pressure on the ground floor, having to do the above-grade parking, trying to get your industrial on the ground floor, having the parking that comes along with the housing on top. It was just not possible. And so we really prioritized environmental protection and jobs, and residential was just not able to fit.
Even if it's on a transit line? And, okay. So that was, okay. I'm going to move on for time. My next one is around hotels, and it references including hotels in here. I see there's incentivification potentially for things, artist studios, which I think is great to see for additional density. I'm not seeing incentives similarly for hotels, and that's something that council has prioritized in terms of trying to drive and deliver on the significant
Yes,
gap of rooms. we have.
absolutely. We would love to see hotels here. We know there's a couple on the Burnaby side, related to the film industry in particular. Hotels would be fantastic. It is a rezoning policy, and we have flexibility to encourage hotels.
Okay, but there's no specific incentives contemplated?
We're allowing hotels into this area. They're not currently allowed, and we're expecting that they would, one hotel, 2 hotels over the life of the plan would be
Okay.
absorbable.
Thanks. I'm going to shift on to amenities now, and I'm looking at the contemplated amenities list, and I'm struck by the challenge, the comment that if we're prioritizing rental housing, we are receiving less and less DCCs, just based on the tenure as well as the senior government intersecting new policies that are coming down. And I'm seeing childcare in here, for example, $49 million delivered through development in kind. And then I see things like the turf field at Beaconsfield Park or the Renfrew Pool, which need development contributions to be realized. Otherwise, it will take a long time by the city can pay for them. Why are we continuing to incentivize childcare as an in-kind if it is a provincial responsibility versus things like the turf field, the pool, the things that folks really want to see in the city? Does it relate to the distribution allocation, the CAC policy, or is this a policy choice?
Councillor, I heard a few different questions in there around housing and childcare and the sort of relationship of the different amenity structures that are set out in the plan.
Mayor, can I move for a second round because I'm not going to get enough time to get the full answer?
Sure, seconded by Councillor Clausen. All in favor, say aye. All those opposed, say nay.
Okay.
Great.
I'm going to come back on for that because I really want to hear that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Meisner, you're up.
Yeah, thanks. Funny, Councillor Kirby-Young had some of the same questions that I had around the employment lands. So understanding that residential uses are going to be restricted to areas outside of the employment lands, and I'm just wondering if this was directed by council previously. Where is that coming from, that direction?
The focus on preserving the employment lands for primarily employment uses, with the exception of 3200, was part of the council-approved terms of reference for the Rupert and Renfrew plan in 2021.
In 2021, okay. So the exception was granted for the MST site, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and the goal is to advance reconciliation?
That's correct.
Okay, thanks for that. Could you just reiterate the challenges around, say, co-locating, say, a big box store with, say, rental on top and parking? I know you started to answer that, but I wasn't quite clear on why that's not possible.
I'll invite Matt back to answer that.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you for the question, Councillor. Yeah, we hired a specialized, private sector architectural consultant. We informed them of all of the environmental constraints in the area, in addition to the heavy rail line and the requirement to be set back from the heavy rail line, the expansion of the creek, the restriction on underground parking, and we said, work with industry through workshops. We had private sector industry representatives in workshops with us, trying to maximize employment, and in particular, looking at ground floor industrial as kind of a priority for this area, given its regional position, and the restrictions on parking and the requirement to build above ground parkades was a big factor in what can kind of really fit in the area.
Okay, so it was explored.
Pardon?
It was explored.
It was explored, yes, yeah.
Okay, and it's just not possible, eh? That's so surprising to me.
That's right.
Okay, I'll move on, thank you. And then, other question is around, it mentions the creation of new protected views. My question is, will they be coming back to council for approval, and will we get a sense of what those views look like? I didn't see any pictures of them in the report unless I missed it.
That's correct. Yes, the views were identified through our engagement process with the community. We did put some in the presentation here, and really what we're asking for today is your support to do some technical analysis to actually figure out the best place for the views, to do the sort of necessary documentation work, and to bring that back to council for your review and then consideration at a later date.
Okay, thank you. And then another question I had was around the 6-story apartment zones. I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, that any 6-story apartment buildings are going to need 4 standard 33-foot lots in order to be assembled to build a 6-story building. Is that correct?
I'm going to see if my colleague Carrie Dow wants to take that question.
Hi, Mayor and Council. Carrie Dow, lead planner for the City Design Studio. The 6-story zones in Rupert Renfrew will be compatible with the new district schedules that are coming out citywide, as well as the RR district schedules that are currently enabled for 6-story forms. They typically require a 99-foot frontage or a 132-foot frontage, depending on the density.
Okay, so this would be a 132-foot frontage, right, for 6-story?
Correct.
Okay, I'm just wondering why we would take that approach, because I understand for SRP, it wasn't necessarily 4 lots that were required. I understand Broadway plan, there's some sites that only are 99-foot frontage, and that's a tower that we're talking about. So this is a 6-story building.
Sorry, just to clarify, the Rupert Renfrew plan is consistent with the SRP, it's consistent with Broadway, and it's consistent with the new district schedules. Certain densities, like the higher density 3 FSR 6 stories, would require 132-foot frontage. However, 99-foot frontage is appropriate for the typical 6-story form.
Okay, so you could have a 99-foot frontage with a 6-story building in this plan?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, and sorry, the density piece, what's different about those 2 6-story buildings you just mentioned?
The 6-story 3 FSR is typically a social housing typology, and that does require the 132-foot frontage.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank
That's
you
it
very
for
much.
time.
Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks. Water everywhere. I have some questions about hydrology. And I appreciate the articulation of the flood management piece in here, especially in light of what just happened in Texas, and recognizing that we are entering an era of climate change and potentially more devastating flooding and that kind of thing. Obviously not to this extent, but I'm curious, I see $400 million in specific needs, not including flood management, but potable water, wastewater, rainwater. A quarter is going to be paid by DCLs. The rest is going to be paid by the city. Is that tax funded? Is that typical for this kind of scale of work?
Amy?
Hi, Amy Sidwell, Director of Urban Watershed Sewers and Drainage. So yes, this would be funded using our utility fees for any of the city-funded portions.
Okay, so it is actually still covered by utility DCLs, not, okay.
That's correct.
It wasn't clear in that table to me.
Yeah, so Storm does have a tax-funded portion as well, but primarily utility fees.
Okay. I don't see anything in there, so I'm paying attention to this consideration around fire flow utility upgrades, and obviously that no rezonings are going to happen in the low-rise high streets, but we are going to do it in the transit-oriented areas. Can somebody walk me through what the fire flow upgrades that are necessary and who's paying for it? What does it cost?
Oh, okay. Thank you for your question, Councillor Donnie Wong from Engineering. The water upgrades that are require a new connection from Metro Vancouver, pressure reducing valve station, as well as a transmission main. Those would all be funded from the utility DCL funds collected, and would be brought forward as part of the new capital plan that will be brought forward to council in 2026.
Okay, so in the spending table, is that considered under the potable water?
Correct.
Okay. I misinterpreted potable water as just drinking water, not.
Okay, yeah. So potable water includes drinking water as well as firefighting water.
Okay. Thank you for that. Okay, great. Thank you. Active transportation. I note that there's a mention in here about a new complete street on Broadway Lougheed. What is that? Does that mean bike lanes on Broadway?
It's a question for Paul Storr.
Hi, good morning. Paul Storer, Director of Transportation. Yes, we are looking at protected bike lanes on Broadway Lougheed.
And so how would that integrate with the larger Broadway? Kind of would it? Where did they end up going to complete from this planning area as we move westward towards the Broadway area?
Yeah, so Burnaby's planning protected bike lanes on their side of boundary, and then continue west towards, East Side Crosscut.
Sorry?
East Side Crosscut Greenway, which will be kind of in the Windermere.
Okay, so they're going to go up to the Central Valley Greenway, basically, and
So they would go up to the new East Side Crosscut Greenway that we're planning.
okay,
So that kind of runs along, I think, Windermere and Lillooet area. So the idea is it would go at least that far.
okay, possibly further in the future.
Potentially.
Potentially, okay. Just quickly looking at how much time I have here. I've got a bunch of questions about rail proximity guidelines, and I guess, overarchingly, how are we protecting? I mean, we talk a lot about building residences close to arterials and how that's not necessarily a great thing. And we have 2 highways, active truck routes, a Class 2 rail corridor here, which brings with it lots of pollution, noise, vibrations. How are we anticipating managing the really more sort of intricate pieces of human health and livability with all this major transportation infrastructure?
Thank you for the question. Vancouver is in the process of aligning ourselves with the federal guidelines for rail transportation, and so we'll be coming forward with some development guidelines to make sure that we do have both the safety setbacks and the construction approaches and design to ensure the safe operation of heavy rail through our neighborhoods. And so this is a piece of work that's in progress, and so we'll be looking forward to bringing that to council very soon.
I mean, how is it going to interface with the plan that we're expected to pass now as far as?
I understand. So we actually have aligned this plan with those federal guidelines. It's adopted best practice in other cities like Toronto and Calgary, who have done a little bit more work on this than we have currently. And so we are very much aligning ourselves with national best practices as an interim strategy before the official guidelines have been adopted by the city.
So, and that's specifically on the Class 2 railways, and you're conversing with CPKC, I'm assuming, and?
Correct, and we are assuming that these will, the conservative expansion opportunities for these rails and the levels of use, and to make sure that we're taking the most conservative approach to the volume and the nature of the transport that's coming through there, to make sure that we are being very risk averse in our approach.
Sorry.
Okay, sorry.
We're way over.
I appreciate that.
Give you
Thanks.
some grace because we have a second round. Thanks. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So I'll start with first of all, thank you for all the presentation. It's a lot of very comprehensive information there. So I will start with my question about the childcare. So I remember in the one of the city report, it says in terms of the childcare demand being met in this in the city, this area, Rupert Renfrew, is the lowest. I think it's only 26% of the childcare need being met in this area. I understand there is an incentive for Station A area to support childcare, but I didn't see in other areas. So do you think that Station A areas for childcare is enough to have more, support more childcare need in the area?
Thank you, Councillor. I'll invite my colleague Mark Pickersgill to take that question.
Yeah. Mark.
Good morning, Council. Mayor Council, excuse me. I was hoping that I wouldn't have to to make that sound, but so Mark Pickersgill, Senior Planner for Social Policy and Projects, and I lead the childcare portfolio. To answer your question, I think it's a pretty dynamic one. In addition to, I think, what we're looking at prioritizing, I think we also need to be really clear that through this plan and through all of our other work through the ODP and through other plans throughout the city, we're trying to find opportunity to be able to bring childcare to the city in many different ways. And in this case, particularly, we are focused on the opportunity around some of the higher density areas. But if we're looking at fanning out, we're also doing some work to look at opportunities for childcare through some financial testing through lower density areas of the city. That's not quite ready yet. We're also doing a lot of work in the background, looking at creating more flexibility for residential-based childcare in the city through some of our regulatory work through, with development services. And yeah, I mean, so really at this time, I would say it's dynamic. This doesn't close the door on more opportunity, this plan. I think what we're hoping to do is just to create an open door in a different way.
Okay, so in that sense, we're gonna have more incentive in the future for all the station areas, not only station area A, is that right?
Yeah,
Also the village area as well.
I mean, incentive, I wouldn't necessarily go that word yet, because that can be a pretty loaded term. But I think we're going to look for opportunity, really, to find ways to bring childcare forward, because as was noted in one of the other questions, it is a provincial responsibility. We want to find ways to be able to help leverage that, because as a provincial responsibility, it's still largely an underfunded program, childcare generally.
Okay, thanks, Mark. That's fair. Okay, so other questions. I'm looking at Appendix A. So there's a map there. So I saw that in some of the areas within Tier 3 TOA, but they only allowed 6 stories in this Rupert Renfrew plan. But based on TOA, actually 8 stories is allowed. So why there's a discrepancy there?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Councillor. So the Rupert and Renfrew plan is broadly consistent with the TOA legislation, so 8 stories is enabled through a rezoning policy. 8 stories is a particularly challenging type of building because you're required to build in concrete, whereas with 6 stories you can build up to wood. So the economics are quite challenging to do an 8-story at this point in time. Based on that type of analysis, we are looking at principally a 6-story form there in our land use map. But if someone wants to come in and seek an 8-story form, they're more than able to through the policy plan.
Okay, so that means in those areas, 8-story is actually possible.
Yes.
It's depending on the applicant.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
The plan in no way contradicts provincial legislation.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, so just to clarify, so TOA will override Rupert Renfrew plan in that sense.
It does, but I would just point out that the plan actually offers generally more opportunities than you find under the legislation.
Okay.
So, if you look at the highest allowances under the TOA legislation, Rupert and Renfrew, the plan itself provides more opportunity than you find in the legislation.
Okay, thanks. Other questions, I heard there's some concerns regarding the railway, especially for the pedestrian safety. So is there any upgrade in terms of infrastructure to improve the safety there? Station areas.
That's a great question. I might ask Paul if he wants to come take that again. Safety came up, and we're certainly, through the public realm framework, trying to address that.
Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, absolutely. Rupert and Renfrew streets in particular, those rail crossings are important places for us to improve the street so that they're safer and more comfortable for people traveling along those streets. We're also looking at the possibility of creating new connections across the rail. Those are going to be kind of difficult with the SkyTrain and the at-grade rail corridor, but the goal would be to look for opportunities to create new at-grade crossings as well.
So is there a timeline for those upgrades?
Not right now. We look at it as the plan develops.
Okay, so I'll come back. I'm out of time. Thanks, Mayor.
Thanks. Councillor Orr?
Yeah, thanks for the deeply informative presentation. I didn't know that Renfrew Heights was called Diaper Hill. That's a fun fact. I tried to read all 422 pages of this, but I still have lots of questions and have lots of other stuff to read. So, but pardon my ignorance. Does this go to public hearing, or is this kind of it? As council approves it here, this is
your chance for debate and deliberation.
Okay, good to know. And then, but so there is opportunity, obviously, when there's rezonings are triggered through what you were mentioning, the different
Or city-initiated rezoning, so
City
those will be
initiated or
through
private
hearing
initiated?
process.
Okay, that's good to know. And then, what were the total number of the postcards that were returned? I saw a couple different numbers, one that said 400 and one that said 700, and then looks like the presentation was different as well.
Let me see if we can find the figure for you, but we did send a postcard out to every addressed house and
I just meant
business in the neighborhood.
returned, like how many did you get filled out?
Oh, the surveys, you mean?
Yeah, sorry, surveys,
Yeah,
yeah.
so the postcards were a notification process
okay,
to
yeah.
invite people to either come to open houses or to take the survey. I think we had a few thousand surveys
Oh, okay.
completed. We I think, probably initiated 3 or 4 surveys in total over the process. The last few, I think, garnered about 700, 800 responses
Oh,
apiece.
okay. And was there any like special consideration given to the co-ops, like thinking Still Creek and Castle Gardens? Did they have any extra sort of consultation, or is it just the same kind of blanket?
We didn't hold specific consultations with the co-ops. I would note that we actually held open houses at the Il Centro site right next to them, and certainly spoke with a number of co-op members there as well. In addition, I would just note that the unique sites policies in the plan also have particular directions for the co-op sites as well, because they are larger sites. So we've tried to respond to their particular needs, enable long-term renewal of those sites as part of that.
Yeah, that's what I was sort of thinking about, just because it is so specific to that. In terms of the TRPP, how does it compare to the citywide, and how does it compare to Broadway?
That's a
enhanced?
great question for my colleague Dan Garrison.
Thank you, Councillor Dan Garrison, Director of Housing Policy and Regulation. The TRPP that we're applying in this plan area is going to be very similar to Broadway. It has all the enhanced tenant protections that the Broadway plan has. The reason that works here and is viable is basically there's very little purpose-built rental housing in this area. It only makes up 1% of the housing stock compared to 25 to 30% of the stock citywide. So we aren't expecting the redevelopment of a lot of purpose-built rental buildings, so it's mostly going to be the redevelopment of folks living in secondary suites. And so because that is not a large number of people, the kinds of developments we're talking about here can accommodate the enhanced tenant protections relatively easily.
For sure, yeah. That brings me to my next question in terms of because it is so heavily, single-family housing, as was mentioned in the report. In the Broadway plan, I believe buildings with less than 5 tenants aren't covered. So would this, like, if it's a single-family house with 2 or 3 tenants, does the TRPP apply here?
Yes, it still applies to secondary rental housing.
Oh, okay. Okay, so it's, okay. Perfect. And then this might be a difficult question to answer because it involves math, but the current land base is currently, 12% social or co-op housing. And then we're expecting a 61% increase in population and an 82% increase in a number of dwellings. What would be the percentage of social and co-op after the plan? Would it be a big reduction from 12% social and co-op, or does it depend on?
It's a good question. I don't have the math right now. We are doing another round, though, so I do have Aaron Cheng with me, the lead planner for housing for the plan. So I would offer, if I can go do that on the second round, we could come back and try to answer that for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
I'll do that then.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation this morning. I'll pick up where Councillor Fry was, because I actually had that on my list of questions, is around rail proximity and proximity guidelines. Can you just clarify, you indicated that a report be coming to council, which would be applicable to this plan, but I presume also other plans and the Vancouver plan. What's our time frame? Would that come in this term, or would that be next term? We're anticipating that in this term?
The citywide rail report would be this term.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. I want to circle back to reference that, well, I know there's mixed views on this overarching plan and proposal, particularly around the housing density. The housing is dependent on infrastructure, sewer, water, and I think I saw, 1.2 billion cited. Do we have a framework for I'm thinking about, you're going to start to get rezoning. I know you've identified an area where you're not going to accept rezoning applications because of fire considerations, but in the other areas, transit-oriented areas, do we have sufficient water and sewer infrastructure for new tower construction? I ask because when we were dealing with the Nanaimo area and the Nanaimo SkyTrain station, there's been no development there because it was billions of dollars of infrastructure needed. So I'm wanting to understand, we lay out a plan, but it's going to be 10 to 20 years before we can do anything? So can you just give us some context? Because it's come up in past councils as well.
Yeah, so we have looked at that with this plan and have put in a number of additional requirements around enabling development. So in this capital plan right now, we've done a lot of sewer renewal in Hastings Sunrise, which is helping to enable some of the development that's proposed in this plan. And then we have projections from PDS around what timeline we see development occurring on, and then we're looking at kind of renewal upgrades to our sewer system as development occurs. So we do anticipate that we will be able to support development as it occurs.
Okay. And then, but with the fire flow map that you identified, that's going to be longer term then, developing in that part of the southern part of the plan. Is that correct then?
Yes, that is part. I'll let Donnie speak to that a bit more.
Thank you.
Yeah, a simple answer, yes, that's correct. It won't be until the fire upgrades are complete that we'll be able to enable development in that sub-area.
Okay, I appreciate that, thank you. I wanted to circle to page 12 of the report, which talks about adopting a citywide approach to development contributions. And just for our understanding is what we're proposing then is that we're basically adopting a new model from this point on with this new plan. I'm thinking to the West End, where contributions were very focused and held for that neighborhood and for amenities. And could you just explain that?
Yeah, thank you. This is Grace Chang. I'm Director of Long-Term Financial Strategy and Treasury. The reason why we put that in the financial implication section is because of the recent changes in the legislation. CAC likely will be a thing of the past in a not too distant future. So we will be moving on to the similar to DCL, it's called ACC. It's going to be citywide. So that's the reason why what we're saying is that it may be beneficial for the city to look at a deployment of development contributions from a citywide basis. Then you are not limited to only having whatever development contribution that can be generated, that you can actually spend, that it can be more prioritized from a citywide perspective. So that was the intent.
Okay, and just on that point, recognizing the landscape has changed provincially, in adopting that approach, would we have a way of putting an equity lens on infrastructure upgrades across the city? Recognizing we are an old city, we have lots of old infrastructure, and we're also dealing with growth and need for new infrastructure, but we would have a way, a matrix of sorts to assess where the priorities are, and not one neighborhood isn't disadvantaged over another because of that?
Yeah, definitely. This is really, I would say, is one of the biggest opportunity when we look at development contribution as well as property tax supported renewal citywide, is to exactly do that. So as I think also indicated in the report, staff has been working on, which we will be coming to council very soon, something called the Public Infrastructure Framework, PIF. So basically what that project will do is to really define what is the level of service citywide. So going back to your point, determining the level of service citywide, then I think the individual department and service area, they can actually look at, as an example, in the Rupert Renfrew area, is it higher or lower than the citywide average? Then I think that will inform, through the capital planning process, how do you prioritize limited development contribution dollars as well as renewal dollars to really, I would say, rebalance from an equity lens.
Okay, thank you. That's my time.
Thank you, Councillor Clausen.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff. This is obviously a really comprehensive and detailed vision for the Renfrew Rupert community. I must admit, I was my ears pricked up when I heard the term East Side Crosscut. I know that's one that's been sitting around probably in the planning stages for about 30 years. the linkage between essentially Hastings Park and Fraser View Golf Course is kind of an interesting idea. Hopefully we'll see more of that realized at some point. Paul standing up, I'm not going to, maybe I'll ask you a question. Can you give me a short version of what we're expecting with Greenside Crescott?
For sure. Thank you for the question. Eastside Crosscut, we're hoping to deliver the first phase, including traffic calmed streets before FIFA. So it's on our priority list over the next kind of year.
Okay, thanks very much. Just with regard, Councillor Fry asked some very interesting questions about the pressures the transportation corridors provide there. I'm kind of interested in how we're going to be able to balance the work happening around the Still Creek watershed particularly. I know that is incredibly important, but I'd like to know how are we going to make that area greener? I know that a lot of it is on privately owned land right now. There's asphalt that runs right up abuts the watershed itself. Are we going to be able to work with private properties in there to try and make those kinds of improvements?
Yes, so with the Still Creek Watershed Enhancement Study, we've looked at what future alignment could be and what widening we want to do. So we've looked at what kind of properties that we would need to get space from to widen the creek, and we're looking at widening it over the course of the full plan 30 to 100 meters wide. And so that would, and then looking at kind of what the property impacts would be for doing that widening. And so, yeah, we'd be looking to acquire the properties as development occurs and looking at different acquisition methods, whether it's be through rights of way or dedications or acquisitions.
And there would be opportunities for public access to some of these places as well, walking along the creekside, that sort of thing?
Yes, definitely. Yes, they'll be walking paths adjacent, definitely to support that community engagement with the widened creek.
I'm just curious about the future community amenities that are going to be in this neighborhood. We're talking about additional density. The plan does touch upon some of the community infrastructure around, but we do have aging community centers there. I think community center, Renfrew Community Center is probably about 60 years old. Pools are a hot topic these days. Wondering we have any plans to try and match some of the amenities that will go alongside some of the housing density.
Absolutely. I don't know if, yes, okay, wonderful. Tina will take the community center question, but absolutely the notion with the plan is to try and deliver amenities to support the growth, both in the community centers, but Frog Hollow as well, have been called out. Tina?
Good morning, Tina Mack, Director of Planning Park Development at the Park Board. Thank you for the question about the Renfrew Community Centre and pool. Within the plan area, that is a priority within the first decade, and if you look at the benefit strategy, is to do the planning for the renewal of that. We recognize pools, community centres are some of the more costly projects to advance, but definitely securing some funding for the planning for that. Having the pool recently upgraded, many parts of the building date back to the 1960s, as was shown in Andrew's initial presentation, and so there's a strong need for seismic upgrades along with others, so planning in the first phase,
okay,
if that helps.
And I'm going to leave with my last minute. I just want to talk about, I know that our plans generally favor incentivizing rental housing, but I'm wondering if there is more thought towards shifting towards more opportunities for strata and ownership.
Yes, absolutely. And so I think this plan is really geared towards providing a long-term flexibility for applicants. And so all forms of housing, whether it's strata, market rental, or BMR, are all equally viable. And so we've made sure that whatever works for the market in that moment of time, there is a viable option. And just to be cognizant of needs change, market dynamics change, financing opportunities change, and our plans have to be built to be flexible to accommodate that those sorts of changes and stresses.
Okay, thanks very much. That's my time.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks very much. I want to go back to my previous question and just to kind of restate it. It was really around looking at the summary of community kind of amenities and the plan on pages 13, 14, and 15 around why we're continuing to prioritize childcare. I know you referenced in response to another question that it's an underfunded area, but so are desperately all of our community infrastructure that nobody else is helping us to pay for. Again, the Renfrew pool that was mentioned, and Renfrew, at Renfrew, the community center, and the Beaconsfield turf. So why are we continuing to see childcare prioritized and our other community assets are continuing to degrade and we're not coming out with the money to fund renewing them?
Mark, do you want to take the prioritizing?
So I'll try to answer at least part of the question, excuse me, in regards to childcare. So that's just a piece of the pie. Regarding childcare in this plan, I think we do want to be really clear that just across all of the possible scenarios for amenities, we have relatively limited opportunity in terms of funding directly. So I hear that question. With childcare, I think in all the instances that we're looking at and identified as very realistic sites, these are not necessarily taking away. These are opportunities and sites where we're looking at a very additive approach where childcare is not taking away from other amenities.
Can I jump in? I know it's in kind, and I know you're going to say it's additive, but had we considered another approach, such as asking if the space can be provided, and if the provincial government wants to step up, have we considered taking that cash in lieu and applying it to the other unfunded community amenities? Because I think that's been the standard philosophy around it's additive, it's an in-kind amenity, et cetera. But it does mean that applicant in those projects is providing that amenity instead of contributing to something else.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that is an ongoing conversation. We are working with some of our colleagues in intergovernmental relations to talk to the province about that kind of thing. We need to have some discussions here. Yeah.
I guess at the city, are we changing our philosophy, or are we just carrying on that we're going to ask for in-kind childcare and it will always be part of the mix?
I think that's probably a little bit above me to go into that, but I think that we're open to it for things like childcare.
All right, I'm going to switch.
Councillor, I can address, because I think that's a really key policy decision for council. It will certainly be front and center when we come to you looking for direction around the next capital plan. That's really where council will be making those types of decisions around allocation to different asset categories. Clearly, as you can see within this plan, the demands for growth and renewal exceed the funding capacity. So there will be an opportunity for council absolutely to provide direction to us on that going forward when we're actually making those investment decisions.
So can I follow up on that? Because I appreciate that in the capital plan, but there is sort of a bit of a different intersection between what we get presented in the capital plan and what is coming forward as an in-kind amenity, or how we choose to negotiate those amenities with proponents.
There are, and our capital plan does take into account in-kind amenities as well. And I think if what we're hearing from council is an interest in shifting where our investments are, whether those be in-kind or cash, or funded through other development funding mechanisms, that will be important guidance for us, and we can certainly adjust to that.
Okay, great. I appreciate that. And then I'm going to direct a question with the time I have left to Tina from the Park Board. And you had mentioned around planning for the first phase of the pool, but it would probably be a decade-long process. At what point is the Park Board looking at potentially changing its philosophy around delivering plans but not delivering amenities? Because we have a van splash strategy. We have a lot of unfunded pools and a dearth of them. How much would we spend on planning? And at some point, if we don't think we're going to have the funding coming in for years, would we not be better off putting money into actually delivering a project versus a plan?
Thank you very much for that question. It wholly, as City Manager Mokri identified, we're beholden to the capital planning process and the funding that's provided for either planning or design and construction. And I know as a group, collaboratively with REFM, we had a meeting only yesterday, Real Estate and Facilities Management Excellence, to talk about a better process forward where we plan, design, and build within a 4-year capital plan cycle. So we're looking towards that, but as City Manager mentioned, it's wholly dependent on what's coming up as we plan for the next few capital plan cycles.
Okay, so that, can I follow up on that? Because that's interesting. In terms of a plan, design, and build, which seems much better in terms of a 4-year cycle, how would that then shift the thinking on the plan and your comment that this would be a minimum 10-year initiative?
Yeah, thank you. My comments related to how the plan before you today identifies a funding strategy for 10 years, which is based on estimates for this neighborhood and citywide projections for what could be brought to this site. So should we see a different funding envelope in the capital plan, we could certainly shift the timing there. There's more need than funding. It's a question of prioritization.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, interesting conversation about I think we could have a much bigger conversation around Park Board and planning and delivery of critical infrastructure like those sort of public benefits and community pieces that we talk about, community facilities. But I want to get back into the rail conversation because I misspoke earlier when I referred to it as CPKC. In fact, it's CN and Amtrak that use that line. And I know that CN is investing in new capital upgrades and I think expanding the rail capacity, which, this is a direct line to Thornton Yards in Surrey, and this is like trains going across Canada. How, and I bring this up in the context of the conversation we had last term where we talked about Prior Street and putting in an underpass to support the expansion of the the Burlington Northern Santa Fe line. And that hasn't happened, and we see impacts on traffic, and I'm concerned that we're building a lot with rail, but we don't have the necessary investment to do things like pedestrian underpasses and cyclist underpasses and those kind of things, and we're setting ourselves up for problems.
Thank you for the question, and you're absolutely correct. The conversations we're seeing are with the twinning of the lines and a significant increase in the volume of traffic over the coming decades, for sure. I think the capital question is something that we've worked closely with engineering and acknowledged that these are expensive investments, and that it would be a prime opportunity for, say, a different level of government to help support maybe some of those investments, because they can be, especially an underpass and overpass, can be very, very significant and would be a challenge for the city to deliver very many of those in, say, an area like Rupert Renfrew.
So given that Class 2 railways are considered sort of or Class 1, Class 2 national security kind of critical infrastructure, where are we at with the federal government supporting that kind of investment? Is that on the, these are big pieces. If we're building residential communities next to major national transportation infrastructure, and who's responsible for that kind
of? Great, thanks for the question. Yeah, we had heard from CN that they were looking at twinning the rails. They've since said they're not planning to do that anymore. In terms of the major infrastructure upgrades, if you look at something like the Powell overpass, that required funding in coordination with basically all levels of senior government, including the railways, right? So as we look at something like Prior Street underpass, that will require kind of everyone to come to the table. In the case of Powell overpass, that was really led by the federal government to pull all those partners together.
Okay, so did you just say that CN is no longer planning to twin the rail?
Their most recent communications to us have said that they're not planning to twin the rail. We know that their lease with BNSF, who owns the BI line, is up in 2026. So their negotiations are probably ongoing in terms of that. But yeah, so far they've said they're not planning to.
Sorry, they were not planning to twin the BI line, but possibly the, whatever that Still Creek line is called?
We haven't heard any upgrades along the cut there.
Okay. That's a big unknown for me in this big master plan, and I think it is significant, but I appreciate that. Since you're here, Paul, also on the parking, now I understand that the parking for some of these big box stores and employment lands are going to be limited to just say maximum two stories above grade?
Maybe I'll let Andrew handle that.
And I'm sorry we're at time, but I'm sure someone else will ask that question. Councillor Maloney?
I'm happy for you to answer that question as part of my time.
Sure, thank you. So the parking considerations in and around the groundwater protection area actually come in a few different forms. Within the 30-meter riparian area around the Still Creek, we're actually not allowing any underground parking. From the 30-meter edge of the riparian area to the boundary of the groundwater protection area, we're limiting it to 2 stories underground, with the option of 2 stories of above grade parking, with building wrap and appropriate design response to make that a hopefully friendly interface for the surrounding neighborhood. So potentially 4 floors in total of parking.
All right. So I'm just interested in hearing about the communications between the city and the VSB about projected school populations in light of the plan.
Rachel, would you like to take that question?
Thank you, Councillor. Rachel Harrison with Community Planning. Yeah, so recently there was an enrollment projection report that was presented to the VSB, and we took a look at that. And for this area, so this will take a little bit to explain, but for this area, approximately, I would say we have about, we have 7 elementary schools in the area. 2 of them are in the blue area, which means that in the next 15 years, 75% of the capacity will be likely, there'll be 75% or below capacity met in the next 15 years. So that was 2 schools. 1 school is in the white area, which means that between 76% and about 120% capacity will be met in the next 15 years. And then finally, we have 3 schools that are kind of in a yellow area, says between 100 and 120% for more than half of that 15-year period capacity. So compared to actually the rest of Vancouver, this area is doing quite well compared to like downtown along the Cambie corridor, for example, or in around West Point Grey. But that's what the recent report from VSB is showing.
Did you have something to add to that?
Just to say that conversations with VSB have been ongoing throughout the planning process, so we've had regular dialogue with them and have been informing them of our planning work, and so they've been responding and building that into their latest projections.
Thank you very much. I'd like to hear about the corner stores. I'm really pleased that there's more allowance for retail, because I know that there have been a lot of concerns about it being a food desert in some areas of the plan. What approvals process are corner stores going to need to go through?
Just to try and answer your question quickly, but with a few different points, we are actually looking at a few different mechanisms to address that question of access to daily needs. There will be some areas that we are looking to require ground floor commercial, which will support grocery and other types of small shops and services in there. There are areas where we are, through a rezoning process, inviting people, entrepreneurs, if they wish to start a corner store, to initiate a rezoning process that would allow them to move from our current multiplex zoning to C1, which is a small neighborhood-focused commercial zone that we have. The rezoning process, just to emphasize, is intended as an interim measure. We are looking citywide to better enable new corner stores and to support the existing corner stores we have. And so we do anticipate there may be some potential changes, possibly enabling a pre-zoning option where that's built in. And I would just note as well, currently with corner stores, they're enabled through a neighborhood grocery store category. We're actually looking to expand that so that it's not just small groceries, but other types of shops and service as well.
That's great. And are there any supports for culturally appropriate food or retail to serve the communities highly represented in this area?
Through the corner stores, or just more broadly?
Generally, yeah.
There are no particular policies. We do recognize that a lot of this is essentially market-driven when it comes to the type of entrepreneurial activity and the surrounding consumer base. What we're trying to do is actually create essentially the bones of a neighborhood that will allow more opportunities for easier access. But what actually goes into the stores or the retail spaces that are created would be up to individual tenancy and leasing arrangements and that sort of thing.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Councillor Joe.
Thanks, Mayor. So I have some additional questions. So I saw on the map, there's actually a lot of lands will be city-initiated rezoning, which is great, could save a lot of time. But how do we prevent land lifting or the speculation on those lands?
Do we have mechanisms to prevent speculation?
Yes, for those city-initiated rezoning land.
I mean, what we would be doing in fairly short order, Councillor, is coming back with recommendations to pre-zone those to a low-rise opportunity for either multiplex or townhouse or small apartments. This is in hopefully a matter of a few months, subject to council's approval of the plan. That there's no additional mechanisms around speculation in place with that. That would be a straight city-initiated rezoning process. Once that is in place, property owners in those areas would be able to come to the city for a development permit on any one of those options. The properties would be subject to purchase if people were to assemble them at essentially market value.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry, do you mind if I clarify a little bit? Actually, I also wanted to clarify one of your previous questions related to the TOA and pre-zoning. I just wanted to add a clarification that there will be a path through pre-zoned lands where the 6-story policy area overlaps with Tier 3 TOA. We are enabling a pathway to 8 stories, both for social housing and 8 stories market with some below market rental. So I just wanted to clarify that it doesn't only require a rezoning. And then your question about speculation, we believe a policy supported and pre-zoning path hopefully will result in the opposite of speculation, that we're supporting the development that we're saying through policy, through enabling zoning work, so that people can move smoothly through a pathway. And then by offering that opportunity broadly, that helps moderate land value increases because there's sufficient opportunity across more geography than we've typically done in the past.
Okay, thanks, Josh. This is good. Another question about this veil cones. So I'm quite familiar with this veil cone or potential veil cones from the Renfrew elementary schools. If I remember correctly, the view has been blocked by many trees, which is also shown on those photos there. So why we are doing this additional views where it's already blocked by trees?
Yeah, that's a great question, Councillor. The 3 schools in question actually are sizable enough properties. You get some very interesting variation in the views on them. What we're looking for at this point, I should back up a bit to say that the views from those sites came up quite a lot during our engagement process, and the community was very interested in seeing some opportunity to protect those, or to at least explore the protection of those views. That's what we're looking to do at this point in time. We recognize we need to do some more technical analysis to understand, okay, are these the sorts of views that would be at an appropriate caliber to add to our public view guidelines? Yes, no, and then undertake that work and make that determination and present the recommendations to council for further discussion.
Okay, thanks. My last question is about Cornerstone, which Councillor Maloney also asks. Can you confirm that Cornerstone is allowed on all those R11 zones?
So as of right now, R11 actually allows neighborhood grocery store uses. It does not allow different forms of development that might be more akin to what we would consider a corner store. So what this plan is aiming to do is add a rezoning policies that allows a little bit more density, a bit more, actually not more height, but more density, and more of a form of development consistent with the corner store, the C1 allowance that I mentioned there. So that would be through a rezoning pathway in the multiplex areas. I just note as well that in other areas that are designated for low rise, there is a choice of use option underway, so people can also explore I guess a corner store or something consistent with that in these apartment zoned areas.
Cool. That's applied to all the R11 zones in this area, right?
All the R11 zones and also the future village zoning as well, the R3 zones that will be brought forward later this year.
It has to be a rezoning process.
For the R11, at present, a rezoning process. We do want to look at opportunities for pre-zoning as part of our citywide corner store work.
Okay, thank you.
More thanks. Thank you, Councillor Orr.
Yeah, so I had previously asked about what the percentage of social and co-op is projected after,
Yes, thank you, Councillor. We do have the numbers now. The starting place, because of more updated data, is a little bit different than where you had started from. So we are right now at 9% in the area, which is actually bang on the citywide average. Like across the city, 9% of dwelling units are social housing. over the next 25 years, we're projecting as much as a quarter of all the development in this plan area to be social housing. The main reason for that is not about securing inclusionary and other things. That just wasn't viable. It's really about the redevelopment of relatively large existing social housing projects. The main one being the commitment that the provincial government has made through BC Housing to redevelop and intensify Skeena Terrace, which will add a lot of social housing. Once that's done, we will be at, our projection is that 25 years from now, that 9% of all dwellings as social housing will increase to approximately 16%.
Wow, okay. That's awesome. Thank you so much. And this might be a bit of a redundant question in considering that, but the report says 27% of the population makes under 50,000 a year. So if we're looking at 16%, so but we're not trying to get 27% of this plan directed at 50,000 a year. Sorry, that's a terrible way of asking the question, but are we?
I understand.
To,
yeah,
you know,
are we trying to line up
Yeah.
the new housing delivery with the incomes of residents of the area,
Yeah.
many of which are low? I think is what you're asking.
Yes.
Yeah. No, and that is normal. It is normal for us in these plan areas that we do to see the incomes of existing housing, to existing dwellings and existing population to be relatively low on the grand scale. Some of that is indicative of low-income housing demand. Some of it is we do see households with relatively low income that could be seniors that own some of the, that's a problem, but it's not a problem that needs to be solved through new development. So the other thing we do look at, though, is we take a sort of an opportunities-based approach to how much non-market housing we can deliver. So when we approach a plan like this, we certainly start with what is the need in the area, what is the need citywide, and how can this area help contribute to meeting that need. But then we look at what opportunities actually exist in the area to deliver it. In this area, because it is east side or relatively lower value area, if you will, there's not a lot of opportunity to generate social housing delivery through market development. The bulk of our opportunity here is going to be through the intensification of existing social housing. So we have looked at and mapped out how to push that as far as we can, but that's the primary opportunity for us in this area.
Okay, great. So you mentioned Skeena Terrace. What would be some of the other social housing that you would?
I don't have the list on me. Yeah, Access Co-op. There are a number of co-ops in the area. There's we've talked to all of the co-ops and the nonprofit housing operators. Some of these are actually city land through city land leases. So we will be working through the Vancouver Housing Development Office with those groups to look at what the potential holds for the future.
Okay, yeah, I didn't see any mention of the development office or of VAHEV in there. I didn't see any mention of shelter rate. Is that something that's talked? Usually we talk about deep affordability instead of, we don't mention shelter rate, or?
Normally we start with the notion of the provincial housing income limits. We don't usually start in a land use planning exercise to start looking at shelter rate requirements. I will say that as we're looking at, for example, the priority that council's placed on things like SRO replacement, that may be something we have to start looking at, is how can we use all of our tools to start to address that issue. So I think it's not here. We've just enabled the opportunity for social housing. Depth of affordability is secured as we bring funding partners in, the nonprofits, and work through the details of those projects. But it may be something we need to look at in the future if we're going to address those priorities.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you. And then, so there's an upcoming social housing initiative which allows buildings from 6 to 20 stories without rezoning, but that doesn't apply in this plan?
Yeah, we haven't included it in this plan largely because the opportunities for pre-zoning that exist in Rupert Renfrew have been identified through this planning process. Because this planning process was underway, because we're pre-zoning everywhere we feasibly can, we didn't tackle this area through the social housing initiative because it was being dealt with through this land use planning process.
Okay, sounds good. I think I'm pretty much close to time.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. Yep, just a couple of quick follow-up questions. In your presentation, you referenced large and unique sites, and then there's a slide about community amenity contributions. Is Il Centro site considered a large or a unique site?
So unique sites is intended as an overarching category for large sites, or some that don't necessarily make that 2-acre threshold, like Frog Hollow. Il Centro is, in fact, a large site.
Okay, and I guess the question I have is, as an organization, they may have future plans for that site. It's a large site, but they have existing amenities and services they offer. Will there be some assurance of a sort of a transparent process around CACs? Because again, they have lots of community serving services. And I think if they in future want to redevelop or do something on that site, I think it will be a collaborative process for an organization like Il Centro.
That's correct, and I would just actually note, in addition to Il Centro itself, there's also the 2 adjacent sites, Villa Cartel and Casa Serena, which flank them on the west. So there are a number of different opportunities identified in the unique sites plan. With Il Centro in particular, having a couple of meetings with them on the subject, we know that any future development at this point will likely be phased. They'd be looking at the areas to the north of the existing structures, so the fairly sizable parking lots that they've got there. So the policies are really focused on that. There are some additional policy guidance or policy directions that talk about future opportunities related to redevelopment of the existing sites. Those, as we understand, are a little bit further out, and so they're not specifically set out in the plan. But were that to take place, we would certainly be looking to retain the important community social amenities, or to renew them, I should say, so that they're still there and available.
Fantastic. And then 2 more questions. Last term in building out and laying the groundwork for the Vancouver plan, we talked a lot about cultural heritage in planning. So a lot of this is about land use ultimately, and transportation and infrastructure. Can you speak to how that will be embedded in this work going forward, that more cultural heritage piece? I loved how you framed the opening of the presentation, but I didn't see a lot of reference to that, even though it was a pillar of the Vancouver plan, that we would really work harder to daylight the history and heritage of in all of its diversity in the city as part of our planning exercises.
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. So I'd say, just by way of first response, our plan intends to be consistent with and advance the Vancouver plan objectives around ethnocultural areas and cultural marketplaces that are identified. Interestingly, you raised Il Centro. That is one of the sites, but there are a few, particularly the unique sites. The Akali Singh site is another one, where the policies themselves in that unique site section speak to opportunities to advance, to name, to celebrate and center the distinct cultural components associated with those sites. And further to that, other policies in the plan as well, zeroing in on some of the ecological considerations, the long-term stewardship of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, and advanced policy around the continued stewardship, but also opportunities for things like place naming and placemaking that reflects those cultural contributions.
Okay, and then last question with my time. Can you just comment on, as we encourage this densification and there's development, our plans around traffic management and calming and what that looks like? Because that continues to be one of the top issues I hear from residents about.
Yeah, absolutely. I think another question for Paul.
Great, thanks for the question. So as with all growing areas in the city, we need to rely on people moving to walk, bike, and transit to be able to keep the transportation system working well and to provide healthy, sustainable transportation. So the plan really contemplates what we need to do within the area to encourage active transportation and transit rather than relying on vehicles.
Okay, thank you. I think that's my time.
Okay. We will now, by the way, thank you for all the work, by the way, and answering all those questions. We're now going to hear from registered speakers for this report. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they're residents of Vancouver, if it's not noted on the speakers list. So our first public speaker is Peter Dowdy. Peter.
Hi, my name is Peter Dowdy. I'm a resident of Vancouver and I support the area plan.
Vancouver needs more housing, and I live in Renfrew Heights, and I think that Vancouver needs to put more housing in my neighborhood. I like a lot about this plan. I like that the bonus density approach in transit zones A, B, and C helps to ensure that the inclusionary zoning requirements there don't invalidate proposals. I like that this plan makes a lot of room for industrial and hotel space, which are even more scarce in the city than residential space. I think that the pre-zone for greater density in the villages and high streets is a really good idea. This will give builders a lot more certainty, which they really need when they're pulling off those smaller, lower margin projects. I finally think that it's really great to see my favorite natural feature of the neighborhood, which is the Still Creek watershed in Renfrew Ravine Park, elevated through this plan. That's really great. I do have some complaints, though. The minimum frontages for the village areas are really big. In light of the province adding single stair options to the BC Building Code, I think we should revisit some of these minimum frontages and create more options for smaller frontage, narrower, single stair apartment buildings in the village areas. I also think that there are a lot of requirements being placed on the high street buildings. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the mixed-use development at 22nd and Rupert, but I think that that is pretty much what the High Street plan envisions. And when that opened a few years ago, it improved my life immensely. They recognized me on site at ET. I love being able to walk to Chongli grocery store and all of the other restaurants and services that are there. So I would really urge you to make that as easy as possible because it's a great addition to the community. This is a great start. Based on the estimates in this plan and by CMHC, this may get us about 20% of the way towards the amount of housing we need to start to stabilize Vancouver's housing market. We need to act with vigor and dispatch to continue this process throughout the entire city and attain similar levels of ambition in the rest of our city planning. This should become an ODP as soon as possible. A better Vancouver is definitely in the cards if we can stick to it and keep pace with the Yes in My Backyard movement that is currently sweeping Canada. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Peter. Speaker number 2, Carmen Rosen. Is Carmen here? On the phone. Okay. Carmen, can you hear us?
I'm on the phone.
Hi, Carmen.
Called in.
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, I was sick, so I couldn't attend in person today. I really wanted to commend the team on putting together such a complex plan and to center Still Creek as a really important community amenity and a vital ecosystem link through the whole neighborhood. I'm founding artistic director of Still Moon Arts Society, and our mandate is art, environment, and community engagement. And I feel like this plan has threaded all those needles quite well. My concern is that the community amenity contribution is sort of relying on there being enough CACs, and as people have already stated in the questions previously, there's not going to be enough because we're not as high value a neighborhood. So I really strongly encourage the council to think about ways of, if a neighborhood is going to accept a lot more social housing and a lot more density, that if we accept that we get more community, social, cultural amenities, that we're rewarded for not being NIMBYs, that we're not punished for being intolerant and inclusive. So I think the planners have put out some really great opportunities and possibilities, and now we need to have the funding in place so that as the neighborhood densifies and as we enhance Still Creek, that the community amenity contributions of arts and cultural spaces, social spaces, improvements to parks actually happen so that the more dense neighborhood has places to gather and be part of a vibrant community. Because I've spent 25 years building a social cultural space with my neighbors, and I want that to be able to continue because there are enough public community accessible spaces that exist. And according to Councillor Fry, the idea of having an underpass under the train tracks, I really want a high line like New York, an overpass going over the train tracks that could be an arts and culture hub and allow people to get across the train tracks, because the train tracks really are a dividing line in our neighborhood. So I know it's a long shot, but I just need to say it out loud to the council that I think it would be a visionary way of thinking about the neighborhood to have something like a high track like they have in New York City here in this neighborhood.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is speaker number 3, Norm Leach. Norm, are you on the line?
Speaker 3 is not on the line.
Speaker number 4, Owen Brady.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, we can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, Mayor Sim and Council. My name is Owen Brady. I'm a director of Abundant Housing Vancouver, and I am happy to express our qualified support for the plan. First of all, I think we really need to recognize what a great step it is to see a plan where eventually most of the residential land will allow apartments under actual zoning, not requiring spot rezoning. I think since the 70s, when a lot of apartment areas were actually rolled back, were downzoned to duplexes and what have you, we haven't really seen a step like this, so that's great to see. We're definitely moving in the right direction. I don't want to belabor the point, but I think if you look at page 51 of the plan, it does say that corner lots require 4 standard lots to build even a 2 FSR apartment building. So I think clarity there, maybe in the text or through direction to staff, would maybe be appropriate. I'm not sure if it's necessary, based on the questions and the back and forth we heard already. I'll keep it pretty limited. I also don't really understand why we're limiting commercial in residential areas so much. I love going to Suyo Cafe, which is just across the street from the plan area by Parker. It's got a nice little patio. You can go out and have a coffee. It's a quiet street. This neighborhood could really desperately use that because neither Renfrew or I live near Hastings. Hastings is a very nice place to have a patio. Renfrew is not a great place to have a patio. So if we could expand the uses under the apartment zoning, I don't see why we wouldn't do that. Also, I don't really like I do live in the area, and I don't really like riding the bus because it's so inconsistent. So if we could make those bus upgrades sooner than later, especially around the stations and the rail lines, that would be fantastic. And I'll leave it there.
Great, thank you very much. Speaker number 5, Nathan Davidovich.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. My name is Nathan Davidovich, and I have previously been involved in the 1980s in the Joyce Station area plan. This report is 23 years late. The Rupert and Renfrew SkyTrain stations were opened on August 31, 2002. This council is not to be blamed, but, previous councils. Previously for the Expo Line stations like Joyce, 29, Nanaimo, and Broadway, an area plan was developed during the construction of the stations, and the station area plan involved citizens advisory committees, and no such committees was established for Rupert and Renfrew stations. Staff spent millions of dollars over 3 years when they could have saved a lot of money with a volunteer citizens advisory committee. A blanket approval is a big mistake, continuing the mistakes made with the Broadway plan. I wanted to talk about pages 165 or 422, or the other numbering is 141. I hope somebody would have double numbering on all the reports to City Council. It's really confusing. The plan proposes new bus routes, but these are not new. We had these bus routes before with BC Electric and BC Hydro. Actually, the GVRD was going to reintroduce them in 1979-80, but the BC government reduced the transit budget, and the GVRD was only able to fund the number 25 bus in 1982 when it started. BC Transit and TransLink have implemented many cutbacks to bus routes in Vancouver Kingsway Federal Riding and discourage citizens from using our buses. And that's a fact. The ridership is actually went down in 2024 compared to 2023, and it's still not up to 2019, where in many other cities they are back to the pre-COVID ridership. So we have to do way more to improve transit in this area to get people back to use the buses. Thank you very much for your help.
Thanks, Nathan. The next speaker is speaker number 6, Serge Krabile.
Thank you very much, Mayor, councilors. My name is Serge Corbeil. I live in the area. I'm a homeowner in East Vancouver, the deep East End, as I call it, that area. I know a few of you professionally. I want to make clear that I'm here in my own personal name. I'm taking time off today to be here because I find this to be an important issue. I'll be retiring at the end of September, so I'll have a lot of time on my hand now to be more civically engaged. It was mentioned earlier, this is a massive undertaking. It's 422 pages, just a plan of multiple graph, technical terms that a lay person has a hard time understanding. It's a daunting task. The plan in its whole, I think, should be paused and take it in bite sizes. There's a lot of good in this plan. There's the villages, a good concept. I'm originally from Montreal. I get it, and I think it's needed in the city. The protection of Still Creek and the ravine is very interesting, but the hyper densification of single-family neighborhoods right now is of a lot concern. And of concern is that the plan itself, even though it calls for a 61% increase in population, an 82% increase in homes, comes with a few blind spots in terms of how we're going to pay for the whole infrastructure. I think staff did mention that there's some of those questions that we don't know the answer. Council has been struggling with keeping taxes low in this city. I'm concerned with where this leads. And there's also things that are not mentioned in there. How are we going to be policing? Where are the resources for a significant increase in population in one neighborhood, leaving aside the water issue for firefighting? How are we going to have enough resources to respond to the inevitable issues and fires in the neighborhood? It's going to mean a force of towers. Going 3, 4, 5 blocks into what are single-family homes right now, you're going to see towers up to 26 stories. I think it needs to reshift it to around the stations, the SkyTrain station, and away from single-family neighborhoods. The signal it sends to developers is going to be open season on knocking on doors, my door, buying lots, driving up the price, and chasing away single-family owners out of the neighborhood to outside of this city because the other neighborhoods are simply not affordable. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is speaker number 7, Randy Helton.
Hello, I'm on the line.
Yes, you are. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yes, this is Randy Helton. I'm with City Hall Watch Media Foundation, and thank you for your time. The recommendation A from the staff is for City Council to adopt this plan right here today. I'm calling today to ask you, though, as a council, as our elected officials, for someone to move and for council to approve a motion to receive this report today for information only and to defer a decision until after the summer hiatus, which is just a number of weeks. And why? The reason is that this is billed as a 30-year plan and with vast implications. The prior public consultation was in broad strokes, and for example, in the February open houses, attended by a few hundred people, I suppose, there were 20 information boards that were quite general. Many of the actual details were added to the report here just in the last several months. And I think the council, even for the council from questions today, a lot of this is new information. It's a 422-page report, as the previous speaker mentioned. The date of the report was May 23rd, which is 6.5 weeks ago, but the report itself was only made available to the public and presumably to you, our 11 members of City Council, only 2 business days ago. Even for experts, it would be very difficult for anyone to carefully digest all of the implications of this plan, including, for example, the implications on authorized and unauthorized secondary rental suites. How many people will be affected? I wonder if the staff actually have numbers on that. Let's see. If you actually respect the views of the electors, the taxpayers, and the citizens of Vancouver, I think that your only ethical and just decision would be to allow more time for yourselves and for the public to comment and provide you their input. I believe, and I believe you believe, that the public, the neighborhoods, and the citizens of the city have a huge amount of wisdom collectively. And if you respect that input from the citizens, I think that a little bit more time, several more weeks, would be needed for you to consider this 422-page report, a 32-year plan, which has only had 2 business days for consideration. If it's a good report, public input can make it even better, and I hope that council will support this request to allow more time for discussion and consideration and reading the report, and then actually make a decision in September or thereafter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excuse me. We're going to circle back now to speaker number 3, Norm Leach. Norm, are you there?
Mayor, Speaker 3 is not on the line.
Okay. Well, that is the end of our speakers list, and I do want to thank everyone for who signed up and spoke to council. Would someone like to move a motion? Councillor Kirby-Young, seconded by Councillor Klassen. Council members, is there any discussion? Sorry, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'll kick us off. Thanks to staff for the comprehensive presentation. It is difficult to distill 3 years of work down into one plan and provide a vision. And I think I would preface it by saying our city is densifying, but this is like many things, a long-term plan, and it sets a course and a direction. I think some of the folks that have been speaking to public and will recall that the city is changing. We now, for example, don't have what was traditionally single-family zoning that only allowed single-family homes. We now have R1 inclusive, which allows multiplexes across the city. And so you're going to start to see that shift. I was struck in looking at this plan and seeing how it strove to provide a sense of balance with the density around the transit nodes, really sort of try to keep the spirit of the village areas and build on that, and then take the single-family neighborhoods and transition them over time, recognizing that there are sort of very distinct characteristics today. And so kind of driven by, I think, really the kind of honoring the genesis of each of those neighborhoods, but laying out a path to growth. I'm going to talk a little bit about community amenities, and this is something that you'll probably hear me talking about a lot in the coming year. I am very concerned with the number of intersecting factors that are happening, such as cost escalation generally in the market for construction, with the impact that we're seeing, and we knew would happen, but now we're starting to feel it with respects to the shift in housing tenure types. So we've been prioritizing as best we can affordable housing and rental housing, and that comes at a cost in terms of the city creating the viable conditions for that. And giving up community amenities that we traditionally received when we were building, for example, a lot more strata housing. So you add that together along with the fact that it's difficult to receive some of that partner funding. And that the city of Vancouver had been very active in a number of areas that were quite honestly not our jurisdiction and stepped up. And so we spent a lot of, I would sort of call it community amenity money on things that are important, like childcare and others, but that other governments had responsibility to fund. And we are still left with the one area that really matters to residents, which is things like the pools, the community centers, the turf fields, the dog parks, the improvements for green space. And nobody else is, in terms of other levels of government, is rarely stepping up to support those. And there are not funding programs and grant programs for that. Oftentimes in the way that there are for other projects. Look at things like the Sunset Senior Center and how long that take to build. And we only got one of the two senior levels of government on side for that project. And that took a long time. So we're going to have to, I think, really put our minds to the upcoming capital plan, which is a really key responsibility for this council. And I'm going to be pushing to ensure that we really put the emphasis on delivering on some of those amenities, and also that we stop planning to plan and we start planning to deliver, because we've also done a lot of planning, a lot of projects, particularly in the Parkwood area where a lot of these amenities fall, but also in some of the city projects. And I think we have to take a hard look at what can we actually plan and build, because people don't want ethereal plans about what's going to be in their neighborhood. They actually want the turf field improved so that the kids can go and play soccer. And they want a better pool experience so that people can continue to swim in their neighborhood. And not to have to travel across town always to a destination pool. So I think these are some of the challenges ahead for this council. But I think as a framework, this plan does really set, I think, a pretty comprehensive view and balanced approach. The last thing I'll touch on in my time is the industrial lands preservation and the importance of the employment lands. I think that it's very easy to run to looking at different neighborhoods in our city and trying to put housing everywhere. We have huge needs for housing, but we also really need to protect our industrial land. That doesn't mean leaving it frozen in time. We need to modernize it. We need to intensify it. We do need to consider looking at mixed use and other uses in conjunction with it. But we cannot just become a city of housing and not have economic and driving engines and employment driving engines that are actually going to give people jobs so that they can actually afford to live in the housing that we're actually building. And so things like looking at providing the opportunity for Vancouver Film Studios to expand and intensify, to bring in new real drivers like that, to prioritize things like artist studios on the sort of employment land space, I think is critically important. So all that to say, thank you to the speakers for coming and to hear that, and thanks to staff for the work, and I will support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Clausen.
Thanks very much, Mayor. First of all, thanks to staff for what has been really a years-long and comprehensive look at this very unique area that is a mix of very challenging sort of groundwater issues, and also it has a lot of deep slopes. It has the big box. It has transportation routes. It has older amenities, and it also has a very interesting history as well. I remember as a kid riding I think it was the number 27 bus up through Rupert from Kootenay Loop down to where I lived in the Clarny area. So this is a neighborhood that I've always had kind of a familiarity and affinity for. I think that what we're seeing in this plan here is definitely a roadmap for growth. And that growth can be very daunting. And so I want to respect the words and comments of some of our speakers here that are concerned about land speculation and perhaps density that may change the shape and scale of the neighborhood. But I also realize that these things are very gradual and they do take time. And certainly the concentration around the rapid transit routes is going to be really significant and important, I think, in terms of how we build all of our neighborhoods. And our goal here is to try and create a complete neighborhood It was mentioned earlier about the building that went up at 22nd and Rupert. I went to an opening to that. I was really struck at how beautiful and how much it added to that area near the school, near the sort of the small village area in that part of the city. And I would like to see more of that as well. I'm also realizing some of the challenges around infrastructure, but I also respect the fact that there's a lot of work that in this plan about protecting groundwater and mitigating flood risk. I recall times where we've seen major flooding in the Still Creek watershed around the Superstore and some of the low-lying areas there by the Rona big box store as well. So, but I also think that this is work that is going to take time, and I want to be able to give our staff the opportunity to bring that forward. I don't think this is a rubber stamp for every detail. This is a plan that will allow us to create a vision for the community, one that is more inclusive, provides a number of housing options, and as well will provide respect for the natural setting that is really prominent with the Renfrew Ravine and the Still Creek watershed as well. So I plan to support this, but I also recognize that we have to work in steps and stages throughout this process, and also making sure that the community is also very engaged and supportive as we move forward. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Also want to echo the same appreciation to staff for all your great works and also your efforts in creating this plan. And also thanks for the community engagement. More than 2,000 surveys, 4,000 comments, and from 43 open houses and 72 in-person events. This is really good community engagement. Also, thanks for all the speakers today. I think this Rupert Renfrew Station area plan is not only long overdue, it's also essential for the neighborhood. For too long, the land surrounding by this two SkyTrain station have been underutilized, dominated by the parking lots, the single house, and the low-scaled industrial buildings, and also the fragmented development. In a city facing a housing crisis, also a climate emergency, we cannot afford to let this prime and transit-rich land remain idle. With an area of over 660 hectares and excellent rapid transit access, this part of East Vancouver has sat dormant while the region around it has grown. Just look at one stop away, the Brentwood SkyTrain station in Burnaby is a clear example of what is possible. There we see the transformation of a formerly underbuilt neighborhood into a thriving urban center, anchored by high-density housing, shops, offices, and public spaces. The tower exceeding 50 stories are now rising, delivering thousands of new homes, including rental units, and also with walkable access to transit amenities. This kind of ambitions is what we need to embrace in Vancouver. And this plan gave us that opportunity. But in addition, I think we can do even better than Brentwood. Because of other than housing, we have parks, green space, library, community centers, cultural centers in this particular neighborhood. So we can do much better. The plan supports the creation of up to 10,000 new homes and 8,000 new jobs over the next 25 years. And it's not just market housing, but a target of focus of below the market rental, social housing, and family-oriented homes. It prioritizes complete neighborhoods with shops, services, parks, and childcare located near where people live and work. Importantly, it protects and strengthens our industrial and employment land, ensuring job space is retained and expanded, while restricting residential use in this area to preserve our local economy. This is really smart and balanced approach. Also, environmental vision is equally compelling in this area, in this plan. The plan proposed daylighting and expanding Still Creek. It's one of Vancouver's last salmon-bearing streams, and protecting waters by limiting underground structures within 30 minutes of the creek. This nature-based flood management will improve habitat, reduce flood risks, and also connect people to nature through expanded greenways and ecological corridors. It also advances active transportations, accessibility, and resilience. The plan is a result of over 3 years of work. Really appreciate that, including extensive engagement with residents, local denied, equity denied communities, and also our host nation, Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh. It reflects thoughtful collaboration, sound planning, and the values of reconciliation and climate resilience. Also, I'm very impressed by the $1.2 billion anticipated investment over the next decade on water, sewer upgrade, to public arts, new parks, safer walking and cycling infrastructures, and will ensure that this area grows sustainably and equitably. This Rupert Renfrew plan presents a thoughtful and forward-thinking and looking vision. It unlocks the potential of an overlooked part of Vancouver, aligned with our broader goal of livability, affordability, climate action, and reconciliation. This is the kind of comprehensive and future-focused planning Vancouver needs. Let's create vibrant, walkable, inclusive district and centered on transit, nature, and community. Again, I really appreciate all the great work from staff, also the feedback from the community. I think this plan covered every aspect I can think of. I think with that, I'm gonna strongly support this plan. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. Just before you start my time, can I suggest that we move to complete this item and then take lunch?
That would be great. Can we get a seconder? Great, Councillor Meisner. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. All
Aye.
those opposed say nay. Great, so moved.
Thank you
Very much.
Thanks, Mayor. And thank you to our staff and to all the residents who participated in the engagement and consultation on this. There was actually quite a lot of in-person engagement, but also online. And just to reflect as well at the outset, I really appreciated that it's actually been rare that we've had a presentation that's sort of situated sort of the planning and the history of the area. And I think that was actually quite unique this time to see that, because I think it's really important as we undertake planning to know the history of the area, and that informs where we're going. And I was musing when I heard Councillor Orr reference the Diaper Hill the first time I'd heard it, because on council when I was there last term, that was the first time I'd heard that reference, because I didn't grow up in Vancouver, and that referring to the post-war housing. And so there is a really rich and diverse history in this area. And I wanted to reflect on, well, I think we heard from those who did speak and those who've written, and what I've read through media reports as well, is quite a broad support for the city undertaking this planning. But I recognize that, as we heard as well this morning, there are people who are concerned about the densification and growth and implications for changing neighborhoods. And as we saw, the neighborhood has changed. I mean, it was forced, and it's not anymore. But I think as we look at even our neighbors, we look at Burnaby, we look at Coquitlam, where you see that the tower form and that densification is largely around the rapid transit centers. And that was despite even before the provincial legislation came in place. If you were to drive into Burnaby today, or in Coquitlam and even Surrey, but you'll see that, and that hopefully enabling people to come live in our community, in our city, but not necessarily require having a vehicle. I'm not saying you're not never going to need a vehicle, but that it definitely enables that, and that we should be looking to adding that housing in those areas. I think Councillor Kirby-Young touched on a really important point of the planning exercise, is that that housing and infrastructure go hand in hand. You can't have one without the other. And I know Councillor Kirby-Young was referring to those community amenities and ensuring that we have those community centers and pools and other services. That's absolutely should be a priority as our planning, and that's equitable, but also that underground infrastructure that's necessary. As we already heard, that there's an area we can't really do any development in because of fire safety. So that does need to be embedded in the planning, and I see that staff have undertaken that. Noteworthy, the preservation of employment lands. I did hear some questions around, could we combine more employment lands construction with housing, and I think there's an opportunity there. But it is close to the freeway and is a vital part of our local economy. And I just want to touch on the proximity to heavy rail that was identified in terms of considerations, and Councillor Fry raised that question I similarly had on my list, is that I think that Councillor Fry was actually rather polite in his comments around that. I think that at times the public, and I think even city councils, feel that the rail companies are not necessarily accountable to the cities. And you'll, if you followed the Mayor of Pitt Meadows and her push around, I think it's an underpass there, I think there is a bigger conversation, and maybe it's advocacy through the mayor's office to elevate and escalate this conversation about how we want to see support and investment from these rail companies, not just in the infrastructure side for safety. And we've actually, if you go look, there's been many actual incidents of individuals being struck by trains, not just in Vancouver, but in other parts of the region. So I think that's a really important part of this conversation. And I think we could talk offline about ways that we could elevate that as part of our advocacy to the rail companies and the federal government. And then finally, with my last few seconds, I want to highlight how incredibly pleased I am to see the attention to the ecosystem in this area, the daylighting and expansion of Still Creek, as well as the attention to the Renfrew Ravine. It's like having a little bit of an oasis in the city and urban living to have this. And we covered up a lot, city building, we covered the streams, right? And if you go into Burnaby and you experience that, if you're riding your bike along the Still Creek portion of Burnaby, it's wonderful. It is industrial as well. But in terms of urban living, it's a real pleasure to have, and I think it's really important to our environment. So I want to just reflect my great thanks to that being incorporated in the plan as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks very much. Thanks to our speakers today on this really important city building initiative, and to all the residents who participated in the engagement process on this plan. As mentioned, there was quite a bit of engagement on this throughout the past few years, and I think that's really helped shape what we see today. So I appreciate the thoughtful work of our planning staff on this long-awaited plan. As mentioned by one of our speakers and also by one of my council colleagues, the Millennium Line opened over 20 years ago in 2002. And since then, we've seen the development of town centers, particularly to the east of these stations. And that's resulted in thousands of new homes and retail and amenities, while the areas around these two stations in Vancouver have remained relatively unchanged. So much like the recent planning and development now underway close to the Broadway subway line to add new housing close to rapid transit, I'm really pleased to see that we're finally going to be capitalizing on the convenience of the Millennium Line, which will soon be connected to the Broadway subway line, and building thousands of new homes for residents, many of which will be rental and below market, as well as some new ownership options as well. This will really help us create a complete community in the area, which right now is dominated by industrial and big box stores. And we'll create a community where people can walk to shops and services and visit parks and natural areas in the area, like the enhanced Still Creek area, which will come to fruition as part of this plan. I'm also hopeful with the lower land values of this area of the city that some of these new rentals, and in particular, any new ownership housing that is built in the area, will be a little bit more affordable for people getting started in the market while still being close to rapid transit and infrastructure. So I'm looking forward to supporting this important station area plan for Rupert and Renfrew, and I believe it strikes a good balance between the need to accommodate new residents, particularly close to rapid transit, while ensuring that we're building a vibrant area that's a complete community that's close to employment spaces, as well as offering new residential shops and services and community amenities like parks and public spaces. So really happy to see this and excited to support it today.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks to all the staff for presenting today, answering all the questions, to the speakers for coming to this. I mean, this is a significant plan. And, there has been lots of check-ins on this plan along the way. We covered this last term and earlier this term. So I am confident that there has been ample opportunity for the public to engage on this, as was inferred in an earlier comment. I'm really heartened to see the special considerations around acquisition of land and to facilitate Still Creek flood management and the Renfrew Ravine and tying that all together. There's a lot of exciting stuff in there. I think, addressing this sort of elephant in the room as far as provincial mandated transit-oriented, the TOA, And this is where we start to get into this really complicated heavy lifting for infrastructure. And I do see the challenges articulated in this plan, and it does worry me a little bit. You know, we're talking about significant upgrades for the water system, including the fire flow that we discussed. Obviously, the floodplain mitigation, wetland restoration, employment lands, and layered on top of, you know, public benefits like community services, community centers, parks, childcare, active transportation. There's a lot of heavy lifting, and I do note that in this report, it articulated that council is going to have to make some tough decisions and trade-offs because there's not enough money in the pot, and that does worry me. And I think that these infrastructure conversations are going to be significant and ongoing, and it is something that we need to really wrap our head around as we add these significant pieces of density. And the big one, and I appreciate Councillor Dominato referring to me as polite. That's very kind of you. I do worry about the rail situation. You know, these rail projects, you know, I do suspect, you know, given where we're at with national infrastructure needs and tariffs and trade, that we will see expansion of this rail corridor. And there are significant issues. I live in Strathcona, and we've dealt with a lot of significant livability impacts. We've had constituents just writing us the last couple of weeks about livability impacts of the BI line that runs through between Strathcona and Kawasa. It impacts traffic. It impacts livability with vibrations and noise and all these kind of things. You know, I've for years dealt with residents of the shipping container building at Hastings and Campbell there, where they are constantly thwarted by the sound of trains being shunted back and forth and the signal bells that ding, 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 well into the night. And then there's the actual human health impacts, diesel particulate matter. I brought this up at FCM when I was in Ottawa this year, talking directly with CM, because there's a reason that a lot of industrial development happens around rail lines and happens around highways. It's because it's not fit for livability because of the impacts of pollution. And we know from studies from decades that we see increases in cancers, low birth rates, all sorts of things associated with exposure to diesel particulate matter. So I do think that there is major considerations. And I know that we're adhering to the rail proximity guidelines around livability and setbacks and stuff, but there's bigger conversations here when it comes to how we expand into formerly industrial lands and reconcile livability, human habitation with heavy industrial use like freight rails and transport rails running through their future neighborhood. So that's something that I really want to see more of, and I appreciate Neil mentioning that there is more coming forward. I think it's a really critical conversation, and saying that from a Strathcona perspective, where we know right now it's a critical piece for folks who live in my neighborhood, and I want folks who are going to live in this future neighborhood to understand that we're looking out for their best interests, and we're anticipating some of the challenges with living next to major rail. Leaving it at that. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Orr.
Yeah, thanks for that. For the report, to all the speakers, all my colleagues for asking really great questions, some that I didn't even think about, like the rail. Really, really interesting stuff. Yeah, really happy with that. Realized that a lot of this work started long before I was on council. So I appreciate that, and I just really hope that we're not going to be leaving people behind who make less than $50,000 a year. I know that we did address that, and I'm happy that 16% of the area plan will be represented by social housing and co-op housing. So that is a huge weight off of my mind, and that the TRPP is extensive, and that it will include people or buildings that have less than 5 tenants, that the co-ops are being engaged with, that First Nations have been engaged with, that but the pre-zoning for social housing, all that is great. And yeah, I just want to echo the concerns around school capacity, the transit concerns, the rail again, the reliance on CACs, and equity concerns around DCLs. So yeah, there's a lot going on. I'm hopeful that we got to all of it. And yeah, I will be supporting. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Maloney.
Thanks. Thanks very much to staff for all your work on this and for the speakers who came in today for sharing their thoughts with us. I am really impressed with so many aspects of this plan, particularly the preservation of industrial and employment lands. I'm thrilled with the efforts to preserve and improve Still Creek and the watershed and protect the groundwater. Also, I'm very excited about improved access to retail and making the neighbourhood more walkable with more services and retail and amenities in closer proximity. I am very appreciative of the attention to some of the questions about how we're going to pay for it and how we're going to bring amenities forward in a timely way in the capital plans. And I just want to put in a bit of an ad for. I'm really pleased with the proximity of developing the East Side Crosscut. It's been on the books for years. I'm glad it's coming forward now, and I'm pretty excited to have some bike lanes on Broadway. Active transport infrastructure is some of the cheapest transport infrastructure that we can put in. There's not much assurance in this plan that the active transport infrastructure is going to come earlier rather than later in the 25-year plan, and the East Vancouver and South Vancouver are historically underserved and with active transport infrastructure. So I really hope that is going to be a priority in the coming capital plans because it ticks off so many boxes in terms of not only transport, but health and recreation. And, you know, we're all concerned about kids' mental health, but their ability to roam their neighbourhoods safely and independently really helps that, and infrastructure is key to that. So I'd also like to note, I appreciated one of the speakers raising minimum frontages, that they're really big in this plan and that smaller frontages may make development more likely to happen and more interesting. So I will definitely be voting in favour of this plan, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, seeing no one else in the queue, I'm now going to call a vote. If we can please go to the voting screen. If you can please cast your vote. Great. And that passes unanimously. So thank you for all the incredible work you guys did. With that, why don't we recess, and we're going to go in camera at 1 o'clock and back at 3. have started. We are back, and it is with 1 minute to spare. Okay, welcome back, everyone. It's good to see everyone. The next item on the docket is item number 2, endorsement of city application for a UBCM grant for Next Generation 911. Now, before we begin this, does anybody have a conflict of interest that they wish to declare? Seeing none, this item does not have a presentation. Council, you may ask questions. You have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of team members. Seeing no one in the queue. Is that right? Yep, no one in the queue. Okay, we're going to now hear from registered speakers to this report. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver, if it is not so noted on the speakers list. The first public speaker is Young Joe.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. Thank you for coming back from lunch break. My name is Young Joe. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm in support to the report recommendations. I'm also a certified medical interpreter. I've been interpreting and translating for last 20 years, including interpreting for 911 operators, both in Canada and in the States. However, I'm here today as a friend and family with LEP, Limited English Proficiency. Again, I'm in support. I guess the reporters are not here, but I'm in support to the report recommendations as I reviewed UBCM Next Generation 911 Program Guide. The word translation showed up twice. Not once. Once about translation of public education material, and once for the translation cost in the budget. So I thank you for that. I also went on to their Next Generation 911 website, and I saw it says AI-powered real-time transcription and translation tools will be part of Next Generation 911, and it will detect the caller's language automatically and translate both ways during the call as it's part of their workflow, which is excellent. Here, I want to ask a question. If anyone knows the difference between the translation and interpreting. Anyone? Yeah. So translation is related to the written context and written text, and interpreting is for verbal, spoken, and sign language. I just want to make it clear that everyone understands that before I move on. So having said that, I have a concern about the lack of meaningful discussion around interpreting in the Next Generation 911 program, although I'm in full support of the report. Because to be clear, AI by itself is not the solution. It struggles with the panic, emotion, and urgency, especially in another language. A frantic voice in crisis doesn't translate well through a machine. As an interpreter for both Canadian and US 911 programs, I was called in to interpret after the caller and the operator tried to have a conversation on their phone using Google Translate, and it failed. And also not in the frantic situation. In a normal situation from the clinic, they were trying to communicate with each other using Google Translate and failed, and then ended up calling us. And they usually end the session and saying, we should have just called you in the first place. So people may think that it's cheaper and also fast to support community with limited English proficiency by using AI translation tools. Sometimes it's not as fast as we hope, although in certain situations it's definitely helpful. That means we need to have more serious and planned conversation, including human interpreters alongside AI translation tools. That leads to my second point. We need to fund, plan for professional human interpreter services as a part of Next Generation 911 program.
And Young Joe, I know we're well over your allotted time.
Oh, okay, thank you. This isn't about virtual signaling or checking EDI boxes. This is about saving lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, that's the end of our speakers list. And so, Young Joe, thank you very much for coming in once again. Would someone like to move a motion? Oh, Councillor Dominato. Okay, is this for this though? You're in the queue. Okay. Okay, seconder, Councillor Blythe, thank you. Is there any discussion? Councillor Dominato.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to acknowledge the speaker, Young Joe. Thank you for coming in and presenting that information, because it was really, I think, unique in terms of, I don't think we've had someone come and actually identify these issues in the past, particularly around as we evolve the 911 service. But what I would like to offer up is, I think it would be, if you haven't already been able to connect with someone at ECOM, I think it would be really valuable for them to hear your feedback and your input, given your experience. And so I'm happy to, after we deal with this item and vote on it, offer you business cards so that we can connect you with someone there, because I think it would be really great for them to hear this information. So thank you. That's it.
Thank you very much. Okay, seeing no one else in the queue, I'm now going to call the vote. Can we please go to the voting screen, and councillors, if you can register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Great. Okay. The next item on the docket is item number 4, update to street utilities bylaw number 10361. Before we begin, are there any conflicts that anyone wants to disclose? Seeing none, we do not have a team member presentation. Council, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of team members. And Councillor Fry, you are up.
Yeah, so I'm curious why the city backlog for this takes 5 years for city crews to do this work. Are we under-resourced in the staffing department?
Mayor and Council, my name is Eric Mattal. I'm the Director of Streets and Engineering Services. Yeah, so each and every year we get more cut repair work assigned to city crews than we have the capability, the capacity to deliver. And so we have been accumulating a backlog fairly consistently year after year. And it's now up to, as you mentioned, about $50 million. So it's, challenging to, juggle the priorities of capital maintenance, capital construction, and cut repair with our internal crews to sort of meet the volume of work that's being assigned to us.
Do you have a sense of why the developers or the applicants would choose to go with the city crew rather than their own?
I mean, it's usually cheaper and easier. And so, developers or third-party utilities, they have a choice. When they cut the road, they can pay our cut repair fee and assign that work to the city, or they can undertake it themselves. For the most part, it's, I guess, easier. And in the past, it has been historically probably cheaper for them to assign that work to us. We've come to council a couple of times in the last couple of years to update those rates to make them more reflective of market rates, and that's probably helping to a degree. But I think it's a matter of the complexity of the work and having an easier path by assigning it to city crews.
I mean, I'm cognizant of the fact that we have, collective agreements with the unionized city employees who do this work, and where's this conversation at with it? I appreciate it if this is something that may be more appropriately discussed in camera, but have we had that conversation with?
So we've talked with our unions about cut repair and the cut repair program more broadly. We haven't brought this specific issue of the street utilities bylaw update. We haven't engaged the union on that specifically, in part because we don't feel that this would result in a material change to the work that our crews do. This change is really meant to help us manage that excess work, the work that we can't get to, and to sort of bring the total amount of work that our crews are assigned kind of in line with their capacity to deliver. So our expectation is that there would be no we wouldn't be doing less work with city crews. And in fact, cut repair work is important for our crews to do. It ensures that we can be productive. Like, we need to fill the gaps between capital projects. We, can find efficiencies by incorporating this work into our broader work. So cut repair work, generally speaking, is important for our teams to do. It's problematic when we start to develop a backlog of work and the public experience, long delays before we're able to repair the street. And there's also a financial liability concern. When we hold a big backlog of work, a couple of things happen. One is that the money that we've taken for those repairs, if there's a big delay, then by the time we go to do that work with construction cost escalation, we often don't have enough money anymore to complete the repair. And then the other issues, of course, with asset management more broadly, if we're not repairing our streets in a timely way, then we're impacting the overall life cycle of those assets.
Well, that makes all perfect sense. But just to be clear, so some of these expectations, though, haven't been validated with 1004 or whoever the operating union is?
So the changes that we're bringing to council today, they don't require a change in our practice, but they do enable one. Our intention here is to move sort of slowly and gradually to work with third-party utilities. And as we implement this, we can, engage in a conversation with 1004. But again, our understanding of the change that we're contemplating wouldn't result in less work for our crews.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Councillor Maloney.
Yeah, so I've got the same concern as Councillor Fry about the impacted local, in that this is the direct work of that union's members, and I'd feel a lot more comfortable with this if they'd been given the opportunity to come to council and with sufficient notice, because I understand their collective agreement does have language that requires consultation when an item's going to council, which will impact their membership. I understand you're saying you don't think it will impact their work, but I mean, I guess it would be more comforting if they'd had the opportunity to have input on it.
Sorry, I can speak to that. In this case, that what we're
Thanks.
bringing forward here today, just to reinforce the point that Eric made, is this does not impact the work conditions of our existing staff, so it does not trigger that obligation in our collective agreement.
Okay, thanks.
So just to be clear around what the contractual obligation is.
Thanks.
Okay. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. I did have one clarifying question when I read the report, and I think I understood the answer, but the language wasn't very explicit, and it referenced other jurisdictions where the standard is automatically that the whoever is the non-city party that is kind of causing a need for things to be fixed or restored, that they have that responsibility, whereas this one sort of seems, it was worded the city can elect to do it. So I'm just looking for explicit clarification that the onus is 100% expectation unless the city says otherwise, that it is the third party's responsibility to do that work. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, in all of the other jurisdictions that we've surveyed, the default is that whoever cuts the road fixes the road, and we're an outlier in that way.
Okay, so that should avoid sort of some of the backup moving forward. And what about clearing the current kind of, it was quite striking to see how many instances of backlog we have. So what's the trajectory look like for clearing up the backlog for the fixes?
Yeah, so we're approaching the backlog in a number of different ways. So we are re-inspecting and re-auditing the cuts that are in our backlog to I guess, assess if they, in fact, some of these are very old and are relatively stable, so maybe we don't go back and fix those. We did speak with the union a couple of years ago, and we've launched a pilot to contract out some of this cut repair work, and so that's underway. We are making this, we're proposing this bylaw change today to help to reduce the overall amount of cuts that get assigned to the city overall. And our expectation is that probably somewhere in the next capital plan, we would be at a steady state where we wouldn't have a backlog any longer.
And then, so in the next coming 4 years, that capital
Correct.
plan. And then, so this is very similar, am I correct, in when the city sort of outsourced some of the outstanding curb cuts work because there was a backlog and the city crews couldn't do that work and there was safety and pedestrian considerations, kind of very similar to sort of guiding principle, sounds
Yes, that's exactly right. That was our program as well, and we had good success there, and so we're kind of adapting that approach.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no one on this on the queue, would someone like to move a motion? Great. Councillor Kirby-Young, I think, and Councillor Dominato second. Is there any discussion? Seeing no one in the queue? Sure. I'm now going to call a vote. If we can please go to the voting panel. That passes with Councillor Fry abstaining and Councillor Maloney in opposition. Thank you very much. Okay. Next, we have bylaws. We have 15 bylaws on the agenda for enactment. Before we begin this agenda item, one second. Make sure we have everything here. Thank you. If anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. All right, seeing no one's hands up. For bylaws number 2, 3, 4, 9, 11, and 15, council members absent for these items at the public hearings need to have reviewed the proceedings, including the video clip, to be eligible to vote. Bylaw 2 was from the public hearing on July the 7th, 2022. Councillor Klassen, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting on the enactment? Thank you. Councillor Maloney? Councillor Meisner?
Have and I will.
Councillor Montague?
I have and I will.
Councillor Orr? Councillor Joe? Great. And I have not and I will not. Bylaw 3 was from the public hearing on November the 12th and 14th, 2024 and was concluded as unfinished business at council on November the 26th, 2024. Councillor Bly, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting on the enactment? Thank you. Councillor Fry? Councillor Kirby-Young? Councillor Maloney? Councillor Orr? Bylaw number 4 was from the public hearing on November the 14th, 2023. Councillor Bly, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting on the enactment? Thank you. Councillor Dominato? Councillor Kirby-Young? Councillor Klassen? Councillor Maloney? Councillor Meisner?
Have and I will.
Councillor Orr? Very much. Bylaw number 9 was from the public hearing on June the 17th, 2021. Councillor Klassen, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting on the enactment? Councillor Maloney? Councillor Meisner? Councillor Montague?
I have and I will.
Councillor Orr? Councillor Joe? Great. And I have not and I will not. Bylaw number 11 was from the public hearing on November the 12th and 14th, 2024. Councillor Bly, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting on the enactment? Thanks. Councillor Dominato? Councillor Fry? Councillor Kirby-Young? Councillor Maloney? Councillor Orr? Thank you very much. Bylaw 15 was from the public hearing on December the 10th, 2024. Councillor Bly, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting on the enactment? Councillor Dominato? Councillor Maloney? Councillor Orr? And I have not and I will not. Would someone like to move the motion to adopt bylaws 1 through 15? Councillor Klassen, seconded by Councillor Joe. Councillors, is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. The list of approved bylaws can be found on the city's website. Notice of council member motions. Are there any notice of council member motions for upcoming standing committee meetings? A reminder to please state the title of the motion and the date of the standing committee meeting on which you intend to move the motion, and be sure to send the title and date to the standing committee meeting via email to the city clerk. Councillor Maloney.
This one's for the 23rd of July meeting and the title is Streamlining the Provision of Duplex and Multiplex Housing in R1-1 Zoning.
Thank you very much. Do I have to seat the chair? Nope. Thank you very much. Okay, I'd like to provide notice of motion for the standing committee meeting on Wednesday, July the 23rd, 2025 as well, for a motion titled Realizing the Full Potential of Exceptional Lands in Vancouver. Councillor Montague.
No, that'd be Councilor.
Sorry, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, calling notice on motion, two motions for July 23rd Standing Committee. Number one, request for review of school liaison officer program, which I'm submitting on behalf of the Racial and Ethno-Cultural Equity Advisory Committee. And number two, urgent investment in Vancouver arts and culture's infrastructure, strengthening Vancouver's cultural sustainability and economic impact, which I am submitting on behalf of the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee.
Thank you very much. Councillor Montague.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry. I'll get my title up. It's a notice of motion for standing committee on surprise July the 23rd with the other 8. The title is Building BC's Creative Advantage, a new immigration pathway for cultural entrepreneurs.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. Notice of motion for the July 23rd Standing Committee appointment to UBCM Executive 2025-2026. And notice of motion for the Standing Committee July 23rd, 2025, accelerating the turf field upgrade at Beaconsfield Park for inclusion in the 2027-2030 capital plan.
Thank you very much. Councillor Orr.
Yeah, I have 3, all for July 23rd at the Standing Committee. The first is titled Closing a Tenant Relocation and Protection Policy Loophole to Protect More Tenants. The next is Improving Public Safety by Protecting Supportive Modular Housing. And the next is Identifying Progressive Revenues to Protect Public Services.
Thank you very much. Any other notice of council member motions before we move on? I don't see anyone in the queue. No one jumping up and down, so we're going to move on. New business. We have one item of new business on the agenda today, and that is requests for leaves of absence. This motion has been circulated to council at the beginning of the meeting and is available on the screen. Any leaves of absence that were received during the meeting are also included in the motion on the screen. Great. So everyone had a chance to review that. Would someone like to move a motion? Great. Councillor Meisner, seconded by Councillor Montague. Is there any discussion? Nope. Great. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great. The motion carries unanimously. Council, are there any other items of new business? And yes, I have one. Request for leaves of absences. So on Wednesday, July the 9th from 5 p.m. onwards for civic business. Tuesday, July the 15th from 7 p.m. on for civic business. And for Wednesday, July the 16th, 5 p.m. onwards for personal reasons. And I forwarded that to clerks. So assuming all the math works. Is undeliverable. CLMADL. Seems like that always happens. Get it now? Go with it. Okay. Would someone like to move a motion? Or I guess I moved it, didn't I? Would someone like to second it? Lenny, or Councillor Joe, thank you very much. Council, is there any discussion? Seeing none. Sorry? Yeah. Okay. All in favor say yay. Yay. All those opposed say nay. Great. The motion carries unanimously. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I just submitted an LOA for the 23rd, given the volume of member motions that are scheduled for that. I have a plane to catch, and so.
You're gonna.
Oh, I submitted an LOA for personal reasons on the 23rd of July from 7 p.m. on.
You get a seconder? Great, Councillor Dominato. Is there any discussion, Council? So all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Great. Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I also have an LOA for new business for tomorrow for July 9th from 5 to 8 p.m. on civic business. Thank you.
Can we please have a seconder? Great. Councillor Joel, thank you. All those in favor, or sorry, is it Council, is there any discussion? Okay. All those in favor say yay. Okay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Councillor Dominato.
It's also a new business late LOA for July 23rd for personal reasons, 7:30 p.m. onwards.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Klassen, thank you very much. Council, is there any discussion? Okay. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Is there any other items of new business before we move on? Okay, we're moving on then. Inquiries and other matters. Council, are there any inquiries or other matters? Councillor Orr.
Yeah, I recently met with the Vancouver Food Policy Councillor as along with Councillor Maloney, and they made us aware of a report called "Closing the Gap" of July last year, and I was wondering if we could get an update from staff on that. At some point.
Sorry, Councillor, tech problem. Certainly, yeah, I can follow up with you on.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Mayor. If Council will indulge me, I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge the passing of Stephen Leopold this weekend. Stephen and his wife, Charlotte, were stalwarts of the counterculture scene in Vancouver, having run a locus of counterculture with first the Black Market, then the Underground. But most famously, Steve was the proprietor of Cabbages and Kinks for a great many years in Gastown. And he passed away this weekend. He was a dear friend and a very special person, and really did a lot for counterculture in our city. And just want to acknowledge his passing this weekend.
Thank you very much. Any other inquiries or other matters? Okay. Can we have a motion to adjourn? Councillor Klassen, seconded by Councillor Montague. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much, everyone.